Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Indra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 121, 30 Days. The demand was made soon after that, and the words would spread like wildfire through the elemental nations. I was born as Uzumaki Nagato. I have since then rejected my humanity and ascended to godhood. I am the one who destroyed Kumigakure, a few days ago. I have the might of 6 of the 9 Biju behind me. I will ask of you to hand over the remaining 3, 1 tail, 2 tails, 7 tails. Otherwise, I shall destroy the elemental nations. One by one. You have 30 days. Naruto cursed. This is bad. 30 days. He could feel the aura coming from atop the risen Uzumaki. There was no doubt that Nagato was waiting for them there. And as he was now, Naruto knew he didn't have a chance. But gods, he would try. Now. Why was Nagato willing to wait, and why had he announced it? Because he has no one to fear, little Uzumaki. He should have killed Han when he had the chance. That would have been one obstacle in the man who thought he was a god's way. He should have known Han would not manage to hide himself. Well, he mused. It's still time to kill Sasuke, Fu or... No. He would not kill Yujito. Not really out of sentimentality, but as the Raikage, she was more useful alive than dead. He is no god, only a broken man. Shachi said idly. But a broken man can be especially dangerous. Naruto's thoughts were all over the place. How did he get the sage's eyes? The Uzumaki are distantly related to him, but... the eyes are not his. Shachi hissed. Whose eyes are they, then? She didn't answer. Whose eyes are they? Are you not bound to answer? Not to all of your questions, no. She sneered. Naruto didn't let his frustration show up on his face. Here was someone who likely had the answers he was looking for, but wasn't willing to answer more. Why does Indra want me to take a Sharingan for myself? Shachi actually laughed. I assume you know what would happen already. She asked, amused. That would be the end of me. That is right. She chuckled. I'm surprised he even bothered trying to. What is the link between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan? Naruto smiled mirthlessly. Shachi stopped laughing. So there is one, isn't there? Naruto folded his arms. You can't lie to me directly when I ask you something, can you? It doesn't mean I have to answer. She stared at him. Is there a third clan descended from the sage, one with the Rinnegan? That's a no, I think. I thought so. So there are only 2 real branches to the sage's line. Indra's, and Azura's. Yes. He almost felt giddy with the discovery. She started moving away from him. Indra. He bonded you, didn't he? She froze. But not as an equal. He does not see anyone as an equal but his brother. I know this much. A subservient bond, then. And he did the same with others. That's the only way he would trust anyone. That was why he had talked about followers. He assumed them to be the same. Oh, but we are. We aren't. What does it matter? She asked coldly. This is just a theory, now. He admitted. But if Indra's line means the heir to the Sharingan, beside me, then there's no reason that something stronger than it couldn't break these bonds. She didn't contest it. Help me find the Rinnegan, and I shall free you. Do not be foolish. She almost spat. I don't want to be freed. How would you even know what you want at this point? Naruto became frustrated. You've been a slave to his desires for... I don't even know how long. That may be true. Shachi shrugged. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Naruto tried another time. If part of his bond transferred to me, that means we can try to find a way to alter it, at least. Sasuke considered it, strolling past the ruins. No. She finally said. Then you'll ask how to attain the Rinnegan. Naruto gritted his teeth. You're going to have to find your own answers. I've already interfered too much. I didn't expect this man the Rinnegan wielder is your problem. Her hand slashed through the air, and something like a rift opened. The next time we'll meet, you shall be Indra. With that said, and a last unreadable look, Shachi vanished. Naruto cursed. He wasn't sure how he was going to find her again, if she didn't want to be found. She said attain. Which means it is possible, at least theoretically. Naruto thought. Probably not for you. You may try, though. See if it brings me closer to life or not. Up in the sky, Nagato's chakra almost taunted him, daring him to find out what he was truly made of. Naruto took a long breath. It was time to take the gloves off. He reappeared in UMI. UMI. Naruto came home to. What the fuck are you guys doing? Naruto blinked, looking at Sakura and Karen, who were. We're trying to send food and water into the Kamui realm. Sakura deadpanned. She returned to staring at the scrolls. Intensely. There was a whirring sound, and half of the scroll was torn apart. Sakura cursed. Then she passed out from chakra exhaustion. Karen sighed and started feeding her chakra. It didn't seem like the first time, either. Maybe we should just go for regular food and water instead of scrolls. Something is bound to get through. Karen mused. Nothing about what they were saying made any sense. He shook his head, bemused. Was the insanity spreading? What happened? Ino finally asked, moving from the couch where was reading to sit down on the floor next to them. Haven't you heard? He asked incredulously. Of course most people in UMI besides Intel wouldn't realize before tomorrow morning, when the courier came back with the news from the mainland. Heard what? She asked. Sakura slowly woke up again, groaning. Naruto sent a clone to find Anko and Hanabi. There was only silence. Then, there was panic. What the fuck do we do? Someone asked. Naruto couldn't tell who, since everybody was shouting over the others. Well, we have 30 days. He said dryly. Will that be enough? Anko asked. Probably not. Naruto admitted. He could see that his casual admission did nothing to help. Let me take care of it. Naruto heard. I was close by when it happened. I'll show you, in a few moments. I think he will be moving some of his people there, in Uzushio. What does this have to do with Uzushio? Yeah, let's start by that, then. Naruto amended himself. He showed them. Do you know how idiotic going down with her was? Ino spat. She clearly remembered the woman. Yes. He nodded. I'm alive. Back to the topic at hand. She didn't look as though she were done. If he's ready to become the world's enemy. Anko began. Yeah. He's more than powerful enough. And I'm sure he can put up barriers strong enough to prevent anything unwanted like, let's say, a super weapon from reaching there. And as for a conventional army. Well, it's a fortress in the sky. I assume he's really trying to make himself look omnipotent, this time. What happens if he does get the beasts? Karen asked. Same as before, I assume. He offers the world means of mutually assured destruction. Though this might have changed, considering everything. And if the world does nothing? Naruto shrugged. I assume he will make good on his promise. I would risk it, but he will likely find UMI at some point. Karen stared at him. You would risk it? Very pragmatic of you. The voice said. Naruto closed his eyes, quieting down the sounds. Sakura and Ino shared a glance at each other, communicating something he did not understand. I won't, because he will come for us after that. So whether I would or not doesn't matter. That didn't seem like the answer she wanted to hear. She opened her mouth to say something. Karen faltered when she met his eyes and looked away. Even to her, I do this. What was the difference between him and Indra? He wondered if he truly was fated to become him. Yes. No. Never that. Rather the eternal sleep. Of course. No matter. Naruto said softly. We need to prepare. A long silence stretched. We met Sasuke well, Karen met him. Sakura finally said. Naruto's head turned sharply. Really? Yes. She nodded. He believes his brother is trapped in the Kamui realm. We managed to verify that with Karen. Uchiha Itachi is in there. Naruto thought about it. I see. Why help him? He asked. Why wouldn't we? Sakura asked, not getting his point. Leaving Itachi there might remove one strong enemy. Naruto simply said. That's Sasuke's brother. Ino stressed the last word. Yes. And Sasuke's death could be useful, too. Naruto said. There were a few equally disbelieving looks, and some anger, too. Anko, on the other hand, didn't seem to care either way. He could understand, somewhat, and he was sure there was a part of him that cared about Sasuke, still. But what he cared about most was finally ending all of this. Naruto knew they were worried. About him, for him? He couldn't say. Probably both. Irony was something that Naruto privately enjoyed. Years ago, when he had displaced himself through time and space, he had messed up with the time factor. The fact that the world had gone on while he apparently existed out of time was proof of something. Now, he was not exactly a scientist. So he tried to wrap his head around notions he barely understood, using whatever he could find on the topic. And Nagato's latest godly feat had awakened something in him. Time to prepare was something they didn't have. Well then, he would get them more time. A simple, graceful solution. Hopefully. After months and months of trying, he still didn't manage to use the Hiraishin properly. And before he was sure he could use it safely, he wouldn't try it again. Who knew where he'd end up this time? But there was a silver lining here. His research for the Hiraishin could be repurposed for something else. And the answer had been found through some random books he had found in Uzushiagakur. Not even the shinobi arts-related ones. Although the ones he had managed to read already had been very informative, and he understood more about how and why Jinhuriki came to be. There were plenty of books and scrolls on science, architecture, and philosophy. They would come in handy for any growing city, and once he was done copying them, he would make the knowledge public in UMI. Now, space was the term for the directions one could move in. He pictured himself on a piece of paper. There were only two directions one could move, up, down, left, right. These were called dimensions. But this universe was flat, one couldn't move into or out of the paper. Now, if he were on that piece of paper, he wouldn't realize right away that his world was limited in that way, because the paper itself would be invisible. In the real world, there was a third dimension, the world had depth and was not flat. But no one could move in a fourth or fifth dimension. The universe existed on a three-dimensional piece of paper that humans couldn't perceive. This piece of paper, the fabric of the universe, was what was called space. But, considering what his father had done, what he had done, this wasn't entirely true. A man could move in a fourth dimension, time. Naruto pictured it this way. If he wanted to meet someone in a tall building, it would obviously make a difference whether he was on the first floor or the 10th. It was not enough for Naruto to be there at the right time. If he went to the Valley of the End, he could stand where both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had stood. But he wouldn't meet either unless he was there at the right time. That was the fourth dimension. Time, though, as it was seen differently. Because people could only navigate it going forward. Never back. Which was the reason they treated it differently from space. And usually, it was easy to pretend they were two separate things. Now, space-time was what they called the fabric of the universe, the metaphorical piece of paper from earlier. According to more recent science, found more on the civilian side of things, objects with a lot of gravitational pull distorted space. This was what pulled one toward them even though nothing was pushing on them. Their path through space was altered because space was being bent in a way that caused them to end up somewhere else. An example would be drawing a line on a piece of paper, and then folding the paper. It didn't stop there. Objects with gravity also distorted time. Massive objects had a large gravitational pull. It would mean that time ran a lot slower than it did on Earth. Which meant that there were places where time flowed differently. Because time and space were part of one fabric, which could be affected by physics at the same time. Well, if he had a way to control gravity, that would be a workable way, but he didn't have that. And Naruto wasn't looking to go back in time anyway. That sounded truly dangerous, for all the aforementioned reasons. Which was why Karen and he would spend most of their free time, along with their clones, working on possibly their most ambitious project. If it didn't work, well, they were likely doomed anyway. What would it matter? They would still go to try and stop Nagato, and die in the process. You should sleep, Sakura said, coming up to meet him on the rooftop. Naruto turned around and gave her a wry look. I did already. Her eyebrows rose. It is 3 in the morning. Then shouldn't you get some sleep yourself? He asked, turning back to facing the lake. He didn't really feel like seeing more horrific nightmares tonight. If it took staying awake longer than what was considered wise, then he would do so. Sakura pulled her pipe out, the one that would never burn nicotine properly, but right now he couldn't even muster the will to laugh. It's going to eat you from the inside, you know? She asked. Yes. Naruto said softly. It will. You don't think you are going to live? Sakura realized. Naruto said nothing. She knew him too well. Are you for real? She breathed out. He shrugged. I'm planning for the worst. We will unite the world, this much I know. We have to. Once I can influence all of the world, I will make sure to leave something behind, too. Focusing people's efforts on knowledge, on progress, both for humans, and the world rather than war. So that the world might be a better place someday. But you don't plan to be around to see it. Sakura finished, looking at him in disbelief. What was all of this for? We can find a way. Let Met take care of Nagato. I don't know how, but... Please, stop. He interrupted. I will try to see if there's a way for me to live. But... I think this is just how it must be, Sakura. It already feels as though there is not that much left of me, sometimes. And since Nagato might have the whole 9 tails anyway. There's only one way out. Through. You are a fool. Sakura said sadly. She put her head against his shoulder, and he felt something wet there. Ino might not have heard the conversation, but she could read Naruto as well as anyone could. And so could Karen. Which meant they realized soon enough, too. The next day, Ino watched Naruto dress. He had spent the entire morning training, and the afternoon recovering, in order to be ready for their meeting with Mei. The whole time, he had clones running all over the place, researching and handling the day-to-day operations. It was almost evening, now. You're going to go through with it? Ino found herself asking. Of course. Naruto nodded, summoning and dispelling a sword as if to warm up. Are you coming? She nodded. All of us are. He seemed to consider it for a second, then he nodded. Naruto strode from the room and away from UMI. All of them gathered in Orochimaru's spire. That included Yujito, whose face was pulled tight. And Terumi Mei, who Naruto went away to find. Her hair was back to its true color, auburn. And she was wearing blue battle fatigues. Everything ready? He asked. Sakura nodded. I placed a portal near the village itself. If everything works according to plan, it should be pretty quick. Karen snorted. Since when does something like this look like a simple in-and-out operation? The world stopped making sense a long time ago. Ino shrugged. I thought that was what today was about. Making things make sense again. Mei said dryly. And so they went. Kiri. Consider the moon. Oshima Masaaki, 5th Mizukage, mused. The moon is a globe of utter peace. No violence. No war. No earthquakes, typhoons, no hurricanes. Pure silence, pure peace. Absolute desolation. Consider the land of jungle's rainforest. Even in the absence of humans, there is slaughter, there is pain, there is maiming. There is competition for resources, among many creatures who care nothing for the needs of others, there is life. And vitality and creation and energy. Movement. Now. Of course peace was possible, but peace was, in many ways, stagnation, desolation, a slow death. Life was supposed to compete. Life was supposed to challenge. Life was supposed to be about the struggle. Life wars with life. The destruction comes from the creation from the destruction. From the challenges of survival and raw need and desire and want. Peace was possible of course, but it was undesirable. I do not wish for another war, Masaaki. That was what Nagato had said. But war kept a ninja village in business. What use would the daimyo of the world have for them, without war? People like Danzo, from Konoha, understood it. It usually took ninja many more years than it did Masaaki to understand this truth. The fifth Mizukage of the great village of Mist. That was who Oshima Masaaki was. Ever since the day of his accession to the seat, replacing that monster in human skin. Maybe Nagato truly was a god, to arrange something like this. His power notwithstanding, he was the only one to know what to do to keep the Kumo bastards at bay. Nagato's honeyed words didn't matter. Masaaki knew another warmonger when he saw one. And Nagato was one of the highest caliber. And thanks to him, Masaaki would become known as Kirigakure's greatest Mizukage. Kumo had finally conceded Red Island, and that meant that soon enough, they would be able to continue expanding to the mainland. A flicker through the windows caught his attention. There was something happening on the streets. Somebody came running to the door. Mizukage-sama, you have to come. I beg of you. What is it? What is happening? He asked. The man hesitated. You should take a look through the window. A procession was headed toward the tower. About a dozen people. Most of them were wearing battle armor and cloaks of the same color. They were young. And still, they walked proudly, with command. And there was something familiar about the oldest woman among them. Which was confirmed when she started talking. I have come bearing a message for the usurper in the Mizukage's seat. Masaaki froze at the window. The woman was addressing the entire village. At the same time, she was coming closer to the tower. She walked imperiously, as though the village belonged to her. Everything you have heard about the bloodline purges is true. Yagura, manipulated by the very same people that are currently pulling the strings now, killed almost all of us. But even then, they missed one. She roared. Behind her, far away and close to village gates, more and more shinobi started pouring in. Most of them wore the standard Kiri battle gear. Some wore Kumo's colors how. Others wore UMI's. The age of war is over. Terumi Mei called, her voice booming. Akatsuki's reign ends, starting today. Oshima Masaaki is nothing more than Uzumaki Nagato's. The Akatsuki leader's puppet. I, Terumi Mei, have come back to take back the seat that was rightfully mine. As of today, the war with Kumo is over. Why was nobody stopping her? No, it was worse than this. There were people cheering for her. Not all of them, of course, because behind her stood the Raikage. Not a fourth of the name but a young woman whom Masaaki knew only too well. She had burned legions of his own shinobi with her thrice-cursed flames. The yellow hat seemed at its place on her head, and she looked as imperious as Terumi Mei. There were 5 other women that he couldn't recognize, around a man. Masaaki's knees shook. Now he knew it was over. He could try and fight if he wanted, but there was a man who wouldn't care too much about killing his way through the tower. Because shrouded in Kumo's lightning armor, walking casually down Kirigakure's main alleyway was Uzumaki Naruto. And he was staring straight at Masaaki, with a small smile. He was looking forward to the fight. That was not a warmonger. It might be something worse. Less than an hour later, the former Mizukage kneeled. Uzumaki Naruto still made sure Oshima Masaaki's head rolled, as well as the last remnants of his warmonger allies. Chapter 122, Rending Thunder. Kumigakure and Kirigakure sign treaty. Their war ends. By Chino Megami, Omise Hinban. The next day. Kiri. Will that be it, then? Naruto asked. In front of him, sitting in the Mizukage's seat, Terumi Mei gave him a bemused look. I get that you don't seem to care very much about Kiri. she said wryly. But you could at least pretend to enjoy the fact that everything went off so smoothly. Smoothly? Naruto asked, nonplussed. Do you know how many Umbu I had to kill to get to him? And the fact that he, Karen and Yujito had hidden many shadow clones disguised as other people to pad their numbers out had likely helped a lot, too. She waved it off. Well, of course. Don't tell me you didn't expect it. These Umbu were loyal to him, more than the village. I have no need for them. It went well, considering. Naruto grunted in answer. Well, Kiri citizens were not going to say much about it once Ino showed them who the man the former Mizukage was colluding with really was. Naruto said dryly. And considering who you are. If anyone is qualified to lead this place, the woman who trained for it might be the best fit. Oh me, oh my. She pretended to fan her face. Such a flirt. If she really manages to kick off her opium addiction for good. He countered. She glared at him. As you might have noticed, I quit entirely what little I was actually smoking, and not simply pretending to. I owe complete lucidity to the village. But, we still have to do something about the madman in the sky. Yeah. And there's something else. What is it? I'm still catching up on what my predecessor did exactly, but apparently Nagato has been gathering followers, before that whole stunt with the castle in the sky. Naruto's eyebrow rose. What sort of followers? The sort that truly believes him to be a god. May continued. A cult. Fanatics. They're gathering more people on their own, too. And they're of the mind that the villages should surrender the Biju. Of course. He nodded. He could already imagine the amount of pressure Umi and Kumo were about to be under, with Iwa and Suna clamoring for them to give up the remaining Jinchuriki. Konoha would likely keep their mouths shut, considering they still had one. Well, there wasn't that much they could do about it besides whine and complain. If Nagato couldn't find the islands, neither could they. We will need to do something about it, before it grows too much. The fanatics are not the real threat, the people they will manage to convince that giving up the Jinchuriki is the solution are the danger. But with the right information about Nagato and his actions being spread, it shouldn't be too hard to break the movement apart. Naruto remained silent. I've compiled a list of the locations they're gathering at. She slid a scroll along the table. Working together, with both Kumo and Umi, it shouldn't be too hard to stop this from spreading. Naruto nodded. It shouldn't be too hard. Naruto started from the top, with the biggest gatherings. The first three were worse than he had expected. Separated from the rest of the world, the people gathered in castles in abandoned places. Sometimes ruins. Some of them seemed more or less sane. Those were the ones trying to spread the good word around. That the Jinchuriki should give themselves up in order for the world to reach true peace. And then there were the others. They didn't seem to eat, sleep, or do much of anything, besides waiting for something to happen. There was something seriously wrong with their minds. A trace of foreign chakra trickled into them from a spike embedded into their chests, close to their hearts. And well, they could speak, still, but it came out confused, as though they would have needed to plan it beforehand. He had tried to reverse the effects of it, but had gotten nowhere. And trying to remove the spike itself would result in death, he was almost sure of it. Naruto knew the chakra it belonged to, on top of it. Now, how had Nagato managed to do this, exactly? When he reached the fourth largest gathering, he thought he felt a familiar chakra. He went back to get Karen, in case. The cool sea breeze washed across Karen as soon as they arrived in the eastern part of the land of Earth. Where are we headed to? She asked. To a fortress, something called Igarashi Castle. Naruto said, walking ahead. There are some enemies to take care of. I sent Anko to another, and same for Sakura. Enemies. She frowned. Yes. I think Yakushi Kabuto is in there, right now. Naruto said, sounding icy. He wasn't entirely sure, but the chakra was very similar to the one he had felt in the Konoha hospital. What was he doing here, though? For real. Naruto handed her the scroll, letting her read through the information as they moved forward. They quickly reached the place they needed to be. Like most castles, it was a fortress constructed primarily of wood and stone. Originally conceived purely as fortresses, their primary purpose being military defense, earth castles were originally placed in strategic locations, along trade routes, roads and rivers. Though they continued to be built with these considerations in mind, they became homes for the daimyo, as well as other feudal lords. They served as a way to impress and intimidate rivals not only with the strength of their walls, but with their sheer size, their elegant interiors, architecture, and decorations. They used moats to divert mountain streams. The buildings used thatched roofs, or sometimes, wooden shingles. The main weakness of this style was that they were vulnerable. Thatch caught fire even more easily than wood, and weather and soil erosion prevented structures from being particularly large or heavy. Eventually, stone bases began to be used, layers of fine pebbles, upon which larger rocks were layered. This support allowed larger, heavier, and more permanent buildings. Igarashi Castle, on the other hand, hadn't gotten the memo. First, Naruto said softly. First, we need to figure out what the situation is like. Karen nodded. Let's get in, then. They can probably be negotiated with. I'll send a clone ahead. Naruto countered. Lock on to Kabuto's signature, please. He shouldn't be too hard to find. All right. Naruto summoned his bow and shot something almost invisible to the heavens. To Karen's querying gaze, he simply answered. Insurance. The clone moved through the forest and into the castle, under a disguise. The two of them waited for a long while. Naruto sometimes seemed far away, in a place where it was hard to reach him. And he was like this right now, staring without seeing. Karen wondered if he was seeing things that weren't really there again. And if there was any truth to them. Naruto? She asked, hating how hesitant she sounded right now. He didn't answer. The sun was setting behind the mountain. When he was in this sort of mood, Karen knew she wouldn't get much out of him. Naruto shook his head and started walking. Out of the forest and toward the castle. She had a sinking feeling about this. They walked toward the gates. Two men blocked them, preventing them from going in. Move. Naruto warned. Naruto, there's no need to. We know exactly who you are. One of them began. Once Lord Nagata. He fell to the ground, his throat cut. What the hell are you doing? Karen hissed. Naruto's sword flashed and the second guard fell as well. It was hard to believe he was once a boy who had been hesitant about killing. I don't know if they warned Kabuto or worse. Nagato. So what? Karen sounded angry. We could have knocked them out. They didn't have to die. I'd rather not risk it. Under the dim light of evening, Naruto's eyes looked bright. But his voice wasn't. Stay here, Karen. He said. But go further away, in case anything happens. No way. If Kabuto escapes, there won't be a point to all this. He said, very softly. All this? She demanded. What are we doing here, exactly? Catching Kabuto. He said, so quietly he was almost whispering. We can't risk him escaping. Stay outside of the castle but keep track of him, Karen, please. Is this an order? She asked. He looked pained. Please. All right. Naruto walked inside the castle. A barrier rose up around the entire place, almost opaque. Likely a four flames formation. Hashirama had been pretty fond of it. It didn't matter, as it wouldn't prevent modern Naruto from leaving anyway. Nobody bothered to try to stop him. His footsteps reverberated on the stone floor of the arch he was crossing. There were no lights around here, and he could not see much more than people praying to roughly made altars of Nagato. Kabuto-sama is waiting upstairs. Someone said. Naruto ignored them. He could have told as much. He continued to climb up, until he reached the fortress' highest point. The chakra was thicker at the top. There was another barrier inside the first layer. Yakushi Kabuto was waiting for him, sitting Caesar style, in the middle of the second barrier formation, 8 guards around him. He greeted him with an affable smile that Naruto didn't return. Despite his false manner and the barrier, he seemed tense. The only thing that kept him there was likely the notion that Naruto would not be able to capture him. Escape, yes. But without him. Naruto sat in front of him silently. There were more men in the room, standing around Naruto. They erected a barrier formation around him. Naruto felt like laughing. Kabuto seemed to know it wouldn't prevent Naruto from leaving already. Uzumaki Naruto. He greeted genially. Naruto gave him an unimpressed look. You are a worm. Why didn't you try to escape? Kabuto smiled easily. I know you. You're much faster than I am and you can track me. It wouldn't have done much, aside from isolating me. Naruto smiled lightly. How did you find me? Kabuto continued. Naruto shrugged. I've got ears. So, tell me. Naruto began casually. Why do all of these people have a piece of Nagato's chakra close to their hearts? Ah. Kabuto said. So you've noticed. Naruto waited for him to elaborate. Something in his eyes apparently made Kabuto decide to do so. These are small chakra receivers. They make people more receptive to Nagato's suggestions. It makes them mindless slaves, then. Naruto said with some distaste. He knew a few things the receivers could do already. I guess you could see it this way. Kabuto shrugged. Naruto smiled. I don't think there's another way to see it. Nagato needed eyes throughout the world. And he also needs people who aren't quite as mindless, because he wants to push the remaining Jinchuriki to give themselves up. Why? Because he can't find them. Basically, yes. Kabuto shrugged, the light glinting off his glasses. You're pretty forthcoming with information. Naruto said. Kabuto smiled a razor-sharp smile. The way I see it, I have precious, vital intel about Nagato and his methods. Naruto pursed his lips. This fucking coward. I assume you came here to kill me. Kabuto said, shrugging. Right. Naruto said dryly. I don't think there's enough incentive in the world for me to spare you. How about the way to stop Nagato, as well as the full scope of his plans? Kabuto asked. Silence stretched. You may want to work on your expression. Kabuto said casually. I can see that you want to murder me, still. Oh. Naruto asked softly. Whatever makes you think that way? Kabuto smiled. It doesn't exactly take a genius. Apparently not. Now. I have been a spy for a long time. Kabuto ignored the barb. And Nagato helped me put blocks on my mind. I know what you're thinking, and the Yamanaka won't be able to remove them. Kill me, and you lose that. HMPF. Naruto grunted. Torture won't cut it either. Are you so sure about it? Naruto looked at him pointedly. We won't have to find out. Kabuto smiled. So let's talk about how to stop Nagato. What would you gain out of it? Surviving, for one. Kabuto barked a short laugh. Then he looked Naruto straight in the eye. Besides, I know you and your entourage have plans for the world. I want in. Bemused, Naruto looked at him. You really have a big mouth, for somebody in a losing situation. But am I really? Kill me and you lose this fight entirely. You can't fight against Nagato. Kabuto assured. Not without my help. You don't need him. The voice said, promising power and might beyond comprehension. Kabuto smiled like a shark. And I assume you just want some piece of power. Naruto asked dryly. Why, yes, of course. Kabuto smiled. Of course, I would require a binding oath from you, assuring me of my freedom. We will work out the specifics, once I am assured you won't kill me. Naruto's fingers drummed on the floor. Then. I would free these poor people from Nagato's hold, of course. They only listen to him, and the other members of Akatsuki. Like me. But they only understand direct orders. Kabuto said, dripping sincerity. Too much of it, and it disgusted Naruto. And I would give you everything I know about the 5 nations. Taking over would be child's play. Naruto sat there, deep in thought. What do you say, friend? Kabuto asked genially. Shall we save the world? I've met people like you before. Naruto mused, drumming his fingers on the floor. Oh. Did you? Kabuto asked. Everything about him was fake. A man like you, isn't he? The mask hides another. You know, the only part of this whole thing that sounded truthful. Naruto began. Was the fact that you think we can't win against Nagato. Kabuto stiffened. Not without my help. He said. If I tell you what I know. Naruto snorted. You don't believe in that either, because you think he's genuinely unbeatable. For you, he is. But I can. You're wrong on that. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Oh please, cut the bullshit. Naruto laughed. There is no ruse here, I assure you. Kabuto. You forget one thing. Naruto said softly. A shadow fell over his eyes. And what is it? I can feel your intentions. I can only assume you're either Nagato's man to the end, or simply an opportunist. You are a treacherous snake, nothing more than this. Silence. The very moment I let your leash slip, you will turn against me. No matter how long it takes you. Months, years, decades. I don't know how much of you being willing to betray Nagato was real, but it is clear to me you have no intention of cooperating. It's almost a game to you. Kabuto scoffed. But he was starting to look nervous. You're making a mistake here. He motioned for the people around them to put themselves between him and Naruto. Kabuto stood up, slowly moving toward the open window. The barrier around him still shimmered purple. He was hiding his face from Naruto. They won't come back from this. Naruto replied. Their minds are destroyed already. Removing the source of the influence won't save them. That's why all they can do is pray to Nagato, now. And obey your direct orders. Kabuto stiffened. It is the truth, isn't it? To me at least, killing them is a mercy. Truth or not. It doesn't matter. A whisper. Kabuto seemed to see something in Naruto's eyes. He cursed, and started to back away from him. But he didn't leave his own barrier. A sword appeared in Naruto's hands. Don't you trust your barriers, Kabuto? Naruto stood up. The storm came to Naruto, shielding him. He grabbed his sword with 2 hands and thrust it into the ground. A glyph appeared around him. The sword in the sky, the one that had been accumulating energy steadily, answered his call. Naruto roared. Heavenly light, rending thunder. Karen saw a column of light burn through Igarashi Castle. The air seemed to bend around the pillar of energy. It was pure power. There were close to 100 presences right before. Now there were 2 left. Oh no. The shockwave hit Karen, and she held on using chakra. Behind her, trees rattled and fell. There was no more castle, only dust and a crater. Just like Kumo. Karen dashed in, feeling her insides twist. She found Naruto standing in the glassed ruins of the castle, over a charred corpse that was still crawling away. Yes. Yes, it was. Charred skin peeled away, revealing raw muscle and tendon. It was bubbling, hissing, and reforming. Naruto turned to look at her. So many lives, ended in a single instant, and he simply sounded a bit winded. Why? What have you done? She breathed out, over the horror she was feeling. There were people in here. Men, women. Mindless slaves. Naruto shook his head. To break this barrier, subtlety doesn't do. You need overwhelming strength. I did what I needed to. Needed? Which part of this was needed? She retorted hotly. Nagato had them under his thrall. Worse even, they were under this worm's thrall. He pointed at Kabuto with his sword, who was still trying to crawl away. They wouldn't have lived, once we removed the compulsion and the spike. You don't know this. She roared. They would have. He replied softly. Their minds are gone, at this point. It's not just the spikes, they've been listening to men like Kabuto's poison since the moment Nagato started this. And who knows how long it's been. We could have done something about this, given enough time. Are you sure about this? He sounded weary. Karen realized she felt the same way around him, as of lately. Tired and on edge. This was not the sort of action he could simply take and never think of again. Naruto needed help, but she didn't think she was enough for this. You am I? Well. I guess it's time to see if you're still willing to talk, now. Go to hell. Kabuto spat. Well, then. Let's see how long you remain unwilling to talk, instead. Kabuto was currently being suspended in the air by a set of chains shackled to his wrists, his chakra wrestled away from him. He was entirely whole again. It's a really interesting healing ability you have. Naruto remarked absent-mindedly. Too bad it won't get you out of here. Where are we? This is Orochimaru's old spire. I see the name rings a bell. No wonder, if you were a Konoha spy and spying on Konoha for years. We are in UMI, yes. Your old buddy is in a cell not too far from here. His legs don't have the advantage of regrowing, though. Old buddy? Kabuto asked with bleary eyes. Yes. Uzumaki Ryujin. He was caught, too? Him. Kabuto knew he sounded incredulous. Because he was. Sure was. Before you, too. We're keeping him alive for now, too. What is the point of keeping him alive if you can just go through his corpse? I guess empathy really isn't your strong suit, huh? Naruto laughed. You call being trapped like this a mercy? Kabuto spat. And empathy? After what you've just done. Please. Naruto shrugged. I wouldn't know. This is better than what Kumo offered me. At least, you won't get the beatings. A woman with pink hair entered the room. Kabuto knew who she was, of course. Harino Sakura, who had. She opened her left eye, revealing the Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto's words started slowing, warbling as the Sharingan spun. She's going to see if we can get more of you alive than dead. There were a few items Naruto needed to forge. If he really wasn't likely to live through this, Naruto felt no reason to hold anything back. Power. He needed to attain ultimate power. He would make himself as strong as possible, get rid of Nagato, and then only Naruto would take his leave. Chapter 123, Knife in the Dark. 24 days before the end. Naruto sat hunched over open scrolls, several of his clones doing the very same thing, close by. His improved memory worked wonders for this sort of thing, as he only had to read them once to remember their contents. Assimilating was a different thing, of course, but it would come, too. This won't be enough. Indra said. Never enough. Naruto knew it. The only thing that would be enough would be. Take the Sharingan. There is no way we can win otherwise. Shut up. Naruto whispered angrily. He really was ignoring him, most of the time, but sometimes it just became too much. Sharingan or not doesn't change a single thing. You just want me to hurry up and keel over. If you die, I die. Indra whispered. I'm in no hurry to experience that again. You have been a very entertaining host, so far. The scrolls he had gotten from Uzushio were incredible. There was no other word for it. They filled holes in his knowledge that he didn't even know were there in the first place. And if he ever decided to build a gleaming city, well, he knew where to start. Uzumaki Yozen had left all of her plans in the library. Uzushio didn't share them with the outside world, but anybody who lived there was fair game, apparently. But even them. None of the scrolls had helped Naruto devise a solution concerning their Nagato problem, though. He was not certain something like summoning the Shinigami would be a wise idea, or if it would even work. Maybe a Rinnegan wielder could do something about it, or maybe Naruto was starting to buy into the hype of it himself. It was becoming harder and harder to tell. Besides, his soul and Indra's were linked, and he was not looking forward to spending the rest of eternity with that man. Certainly not. He grumbled. Are you okay? Hanabi asked, looking at him for a while. Beige dress today. Pretty impressive, too. We are fine. Naruto retorted, not looking at her. Just need some time to think. She paused at something he said. I think that's the last thing you need. Hanabi snorted. He turned to look at her. She didn't flinch, which was more than most people did, these days. And what do I need? A few hours off. Hanabi retorted. He sighed. We only have 24 days left before Nagato goes through with his plans. I don't think I can afford to waste any time. It's going to be more time wasted if you can't focus on anything. I can hear you mumbling to yourself, you know. Naruto said nothing. Many people did the same. And why do you keep your cloak up most of the time? Only partially. Naruto said. He hadn't really thought it was that noticeable, really. His hair stood up slightly and his eyes were gleaming blue, but that was about it. It helps with increasing the brain's processing power. And the more I use it, the easier it becomes to keep it on. To waste less chakra when using it. Doesn't it increase your aggressivity? He shook his head. It did in the beginning, but I got used to the slight pain, now. It's worth it. Well. I guess you know what you're doing. She said, bemused. Sometimes. What did you want? You're bondmates. Naruto frowned. That's not a word. She rolled her eyes. Well. Karen, Ino, and Sakura are busy and so is Anko, of course. Naruto had delegated more of the tasks to her. If anything happened to him, she would be able to take over the leadership of the islands without much trouble. She didn't want to, likely, but well. With Kumo and Kiri having joined up, they probably had the strongest alliance still standing. The three other great villages were still out of reach, so he wouldn't bother trying to set anything there for the time being. After Nagato, likely. If there was such a time. So I've taken it upon myself to take you out. Hanabi finished, arms folded. Huh. Sahiji was a city nestled high north in the land of lightning. The weather was cooler, much cooler than most places in the elemental lands barring the land of frost, of course, and so they were wearing heavier clothes than they were used to. Well, it was still the cloak of shifting, technically. It came in handy in so many different situations he was starting to forget how good they had it. They brought in a decent amount of money, too, since the Kumo ninja living on the island had started wanting some as well. Also, very few people seemed to recognize them here. Which was always a nice bonus. Well, there were still many people staring, but he knew that Hanabi usually attracted attention, no matter where she went. And he guessed he was not so bad looking himself. Sahiji's views were very nice. There was a fortress, in which a royal family was said to still be living, in the middle of the city. If they stared at the horizon, far up north, the green sea gently spilled onto the shore. There was a pleasant noise in the air, the hustle and bustle of the city. Lacquered woods made up most of the buildings, and the roofs almost gleamed under the sunlight. The city itself was active, and the town square was lined with cafes, shops, and restaurants. People seemed pretty relaxed, overall. Naruto wondered if the news had reached, or if they simply didn't believe it. People streamed in and out, an ever-transforming mass of different backgrounds. Was this what the world looked like, far removed from war? Naruto found he enjoyed it. And maybe Hanabi had been right, they needed a change of pace. All of them. Flowers, plants, and seeds were being sold on this particular street, spreading a pleasant but almost overpowering fragrance. Naruto found he could not name a single one. For someone who wanted to find more to life than the shinobi arts, he definitely had focused almost exclusively on them. They walked around for more than an hour, ambling on the walkway along the shore. Hanabi didn't know anything about the place, but from the way she was making up names and backstories out of nothing, you could easily be fooled. He had fallen for it a few times, too. She seemed so carefree here, too, as if she just let go of all the pressure, the frustration, and the helplessness that plagued all of them, now. They stopped in a small coffee overlooking the sea, observing the people walking by and making small comments as they did so. Before he realized it, finally feeling some of the tension falling away, Naruto fell asleep, leaning on Hanabi. Izuna might be widely considered a confident, natural-born fighter, but Madara knew better. He was young, still a teenager, really. One with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. And he could be so emotional sometimes. Coming from Madara, who considered himself short-tempered, that was saying something. But well, he was his last brother, and if it meant going to greater lengths to protect him, then Madara would do so gladly. To never have to feel what he had felt, every time their father had come back from a battle with one less son, again. What kind of jutsu was that? He asked Izuna, blinking. The very earth in front of him appeared to be scorched. Between the two of them, his younger brother had always been better at using fire. Lightning seemed to come more naturally to Madara, but he was Uchiha. There was no reason he would not master fire, first. This. Izuna grinned, the mischievous smile of a child who knew he had something of interest. Oh, not much. Just something I practiced, hey. Madara feigned disinterest, looking at his fingernails as if something were stuck underneath them. Izuna was too easy to trick. Oh yeah. Izuna raged. I'm sure you wouldn't be able to use it anyway, what with your half-baked fire affinity. What did you just say, you little? Izuna pulled on his eyelid mockingly, putting his tongue out. A vein almost bursting on his forehead, Madara dropped down from the tree stump he was sitting on and started running after him. Izuna, laughing, was already gone. Madara wouldn't say this aloud, but he had hopes that one day, the dream he had shared with Hashirama when they had been younger might still be achieved. They would join forces. Senju, Uchiha together. And they would be unstoppable. Izuna, Hashirama, even his manipulative brother and himself. But of course, that was just a dream. Madara would be an adult soon, and he knew that the world was not such a nice place. And there was no time for dreaming in times of war. Peace was nothing but a nice word. Izuna was gone, and in his last breath, he had bequeathed him his eyes. And he had made him promise not to trust the Senju. Madara's heart felt as though it has shattered in 1,000 pieces. And he had nothing more to lose, after all. Throwing himself into battle was the one thing he knew how to do. He had nothing more to lose, besides the lives of his clansmen. In this sense, he didn't find it so surprising that he ended up taking Senju Hashirama's hand, despite Izuna's voice screaming in his heart. Two polar opposites operating together gives rise to all things in this universe. The peace Konohagakure was built on was a lie. War was on the horizon again, both civil and interstate, if things went on like this. Senju, hungry men like Tobirama, were to rule, accumulating more and more power. Left unchecked, he would build a dynasty. Or their teachings would spread to other clans, until it didn't matter who it was that became Hokage at all. While the Uchiha were destined to be their guard dogs. Madara had thrown away their kin's sacrifice for this. No more. It was time for the Uchiha to leave. No one followed. An old man sat in a dark cave, unsure why he was suddenly remembering this. Something was rolling down his face. A tear, then. It had been so long. It had been so long since. No matter. Alone and more than half mad, Uchiha Madara planned for the world's salvation, driven by purpose and someone else's machinations. In his eyes, the limitless power of the Rinnegan burned bright. Naruto woke up with his head on Hanabi's lap. It took him a while to remember where he was. Who he was. But when he did, there was only a sense of purpose inside him. Burning so bright it outshone the rest of the world. Feeling better? Hanabi asked, with a small smile. She was rubbing his head, almost tenderly. I thought we could go too. I need to leave. Naruto said abruptly. He stood up, ready to leave, ignoring her disbelieving expression. He gave Hanabi a long look. Thank you for today. Naruto disappeared. 23 days before the end. Have any of you seen Naruto around? Karen asked worriedly. He had closed the bond off. Well, mostly. Just open enough for them to know he was alive. No, Ino answered, somewhat worriedly. Hanabi told me he all but disappeared yesterday. And that he's not in UMI right now. Yujito took a while longer to do so. No. Not much since Kiri. He dropped by to take same Hada away, yesterday night. And some scrolls. Sakura shrugged. Weren't you supposed to give the sword to me? Yujito frowned. Yeah, I was, planning on it. It just, never came up. Sakura tried. I swear. You obviously have no honor to swear on. Yujito sounded vaguely amused. Make sure he returns it, then. Otherwise May's going to be on my ass. Sure. 21 days before the end. Akamine Jirobo woke with the feeling of something pressing on his chest. He tried to turn around, but found that he couldn't. He was entirely bound, in a way that he didn't really understand. Something moved slowly in the corner of his vision and he inhaled sharply. He had heard about the disappearing people. A man came into view, eyes gleaming blue with power. You are Jirobo, aren't you? He asked, and his voice sent shivers up his spine. Yes. Good. He sounded amused. I would hate to have gotten the wrong person. What do you want from me? No answer. Jirobo stared at the young man angrily. He was strong, he could almost feel the barely hidden power behind the man's huge frame. Wait, he knew this face. Jirobo paled. Uzumaki Naruto. He let out fearfully. The bogeyman in the flesh, yes. Naruto said dryly. I'll talk, whatever it is you want. Good. Jirobo could see that man's grin. What do you want? Jirobo asked again. Nothing you won't be willing to give. He said softly. 20 days before the end. Akadu Yoroi? A man asked him. Yoroi answered hesitantly, palming a kunao silently. That's me. The man's smile widened. 18 days before the end. Okay, where the hell is he? Ino asked though their bond. No one had an answer. Naruto had cut himself off from all forms of communication days ago. I'll go look for him with Hanabi. Karen decided. I'll keep a few clones around UMI anyway. Yeah. Ino said tightly. And maybe ask him if he knows anything about the dozens of people disappearing without a trace, while you're at it. Land of Fire. Uchiha Sasuke sat under the shade of a tree, close to Konoha's camp, exhausted. Not from fighting, because this had halted. But from training himself, harder and harder. He was mostly here because it was less of a risk to Konoha, honestly. He moved a lot between locations, now. Even now, he couldn't believe the last few weeks. Jiraiya. Dead. The thought of it was almost unbelievable. Not just dead. Killed by Nagato. The Toads had confirmed. Killed, along with the missing ninja Orochimaru, Tsunade and the third. It seemed everybody was dying around him, and it only sounded like a wise idea to isolate himself until he could make himself strong enough to take down Nagato. The war was not over, technically, but the battles had died down. Despite Onaki's proclamations that the madman who had threatened the entire world were nothing but empty words and fear-mongering, he seemed to be taking the situation seriously. Several squads had been tasked with killing Uzumaki Nagato, but none had come back. IWA had apparently sent their explosive corps, led by Deidara. Considering no one had heard anything from this particular madman since then, it was fair to assume that he too had failed. Every village had tried their own luck, with no success. Akatsuki seemed prepared for anything. Now there were rumors of an urgent 5-cage summit taking place in a week or so. Sasuke was not privy to it, but if there ever was a time for the countries to push their grudges aside, now would be it. The only problem with that, Sasuke knew, was that a common foe would unite the villages for a while only. But once that threat was gone, the unity was guaranteed to fade away again. Still, Sasuke held some hope that his children might grow to become adults without seeing war. Some hope. And that was assuming they survived Nagato. Part of him wondered if giving himself up might lead to a better outcome. Maybe not. There were too many smaller villages who held deep grudges toward the great villages. And that without even touching the matter of how much the great villages hated each other. And then again, it didn't seem like Umi and Kumo would give up the remaining Jinchuriki. And Sasuke knew he was not strong enough to fight Nagato. Maybe with Itaki and Shisui? No, even then. Karen had confirmed that he was alive, within the Kamui realm. And that they were helping him. How they were doing this, he didn't know, but Sasuke would find a way to get him out. Shisui was in the camp with Sasuke. Considering the threat they were facing, he might be the only person able to do something if the worst happened, and Akatsuki came to get him. That was a maybe, though. Sasuke heard noise coming from the camp. And then silence. His eyes stared in the dark. Gods, was he exhausted? He hoped it was nothing dangerous. IWA? Sasuke's men began to shift the moment they saw the person who came out of nowhere. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at him and then smiled. He began to walk toward him. A few men tried to prevent him from doing that. In a flash of motion, they were all thrown away. Effortlessly. Sasuke's face turned grim. Shisui appeared from the shadows, coming closer to Sasuke. His eyes were burning. Wait. Sasuke called out to his men, with a raspy voice. Thank you. Uzumaki Naruto nodded as he stood in front of him. Why have you come here? Sasuke shook his head tiredly. You know we will kill you. What if I came here to see an old friend? Naruto said softly. We haven't been friends in years. Sasuke said, just as quietly. That's fair. Naruto admitted. I have come here to extend my hand to you in alliance. So that we may stop Nagato. And this close to IWA, Naruto had the distinct pleasure of having to slash his way through more assassins. Sasuke closed his eyes. Shisui gritted his teeth. Is this a joke? He let out. Does it sound like one? Naruto asked quietly. Does it? Shisui barely choked on his rage. You murdered dozens of Konoha shinobi by now, as well as civilians if the rumors are true. They had been under Nagato's thrall, but he had killed a few of them. He had some trouble remembering where. It hadn't seemed particularly important at the time. Shisui continued. You caused mass destruction, made loyal shinobi betray their villages, played a terrorist, killed several Kage. You broke alliances, brought Kumo and Kiri in your fold. You killed Kakashi. And now? Shisui was boiling with rage. And now you're proposing an alliance. He spat the last word. You want us to join you? I wasn't asking you. Naruto shrugged, ignoring him. He looked toward Sasuke. Sasuke stared back in disbelief. Was this really the person he had grown up with? There was something barely restrained in his eyes. Something that looked too much like what he had seen in shinobi before they went off the rails. The answer is no. Sasuke said flatly. For the reasons he mentioned. Go away. Naruto grinned. Some of the ninja surrounded him. I was almost hoping you'd say that. Now, let's step away and... Shisui's strike took him in the neck. He had counted on someone attacking him, and this had been the reason he had wrapped explosive tags around himself. Well, around his clone. The clone who was just dispelled. And the tags were powerful ones. On top of this, the Uzushiagakuer scrolls had taught him how to seal chakra itself into something. After this, it was simply a matter of putting enough unstable chakra, let's say wind and lightning, in a precarious state of balance. A state where the least disturbance might prove to be dangerous. Shisui did just that. And the camp exploded. Konoha uniforms burst apart in a spray of blood, flesh, and gore. Screams and moans. It was a slaughter. Most of the camp had gone up in smoke, and the scattered remains of Konoha shinobi were strewn across the place. Most had not survived. Some distant part of Naruto wanted to scream. But he didn't, and kept his eyes firm. You shouldn't have done that. The real Naruto shook his head, coming closer. Shisui, covered in his Susanoo, although not as powerful as Naruto's perfect one had been not his. Indra cackled in his head. Naruto felt like laughing too. Or crying, maybe. Chapter 124, Spellbound 2. The fury in Shisui's eyes was an almost physical thing. Next to him, Sasuke shook his head in disbelief, hidden by his own pink wall of chakra. The horror in his eyes surprised Naruto. Was it just about the dead shinobi? Shisui had struck the first blow. What did they expect? He wouldn't play nice, if they didn't. But then again, he had come with a lethal trap set up, so maybe playing nice had never really been in the cards. Same thing went for the civilians. They had been under Nagato's thrall, but he had killed a few more of them. Not so many, and only the ones too far gone. He had some trouble remembering where. It hadn't seemed particularly important at the time. It was a mercy. It really was. A voice whispered in his mind. How he hated it. Stay quiet. He growled back. Why? Sasuke screamed. Why did you come here? Why did you do this? Naruto released a smoke screen. Behind it, he divided his chakra almost evenly, keeping less than half for himself. He summoned 4 shadow clones, and 6 lightning shadow clones. They stepped in between him and the Uchiha. He summoned swords for them. Naruto shrugged as the smoke faded. He adjusted his chakra levels to match the clones. One of the clones spoke for him, and they would alternate in order not to reveal which one was the real one. I really came here to propose an alliance. I just didn't expect you to accept, that's it. And that's what you call negotiating. Sasuke roared. You killed them. Only because your cousin attacked. Really, maybe you should ask him about it. Naruto said mildly. Shisui blurred. Naruto and his clones jumped out of the way, and they closed their eyes. Naruto felt chakra build up and summoned a flash of lightning with a twitch of his fingers. Just like his clones did. Naruto pushed his base lightning cloak to its limit. It would cost more chakra, and the pain would likely be debilitating later on, but in this sort of fight, there simply was no other option. His attention remained on his own chakra system, so that he would notice if Shisui caught him in a genjutsu. Some of his clones engaged Sasuke. Sasuke tried to fight back against them using his Susanoo, at first. The clones were too fast, and he figured he was wasting too much chakra, so he quickly brought it down. His flames didn't fare much better, as the clones made sure to coordinate their movements to seal most of them away. The 4 shadow clones used the swords around the area to pull themselves into place. They spread around Sasuke, before he even noticed what they were doing. 4 blue flames formation. A solid chakra barrier was erected around Sasuke, separating him from Shisui. It was Nuzashio ninjutsu, supposed to dispel most chakra attacks that came in contact with it, but considering this was Sasuke, it would likely only buy Naruto some time. Sasuke understood exactly what he was doing, and raged helplessly about it, but the 6 other clones were already engaging him. He focused on them. Naruto had to make it count. He summoned swords in an impossibly quick motion. Then more of them, that he threw all around the area in a blur of motion. Shisui flung 3 kunao at Naruto, who caught them by their handles. He enhanced 2 with wind, and 1 with lightning, before throwing them back. Shisui dodged them as easily as he had thought he would. Naruto felt the chakra build up in Shisui's eye, and he dashed, pulling himself to a discarded sword, breaking the line of sight. A clone moved in front of him, and Naruto kept his chakra senses on that clone's network. Fire release, blooming flower. Blooming tongues of fire erupted from Shisui's mouth, flames hot enough to level a building. Naruto and his clone blurred to the left, gliding along the floor at extreme speeds. Shisui fell down on the clone like a bird of prey. Naruto committed the strike to memory. There was one thing Naruto had to do. As quickly as possible, too. He turned to face him. Naruto pulled himself to one of the swords he had thrown earlier, dodging Shisui's ensuing fireball entirely. He let go and used his forward momentum to slide along the earth, rising in a kick that Shisui countered almost casually. Naruto tapped the floor with his hand, and the seal for a flashbang wrote itself down. He leaped in a backflip over Shisui's sweeping strike, and as he was flying upside down, he triggered it, forcing Shisui to back off. A clone of Shisui leaped out from somewhere he hadn't seen, swinging for Naruto's head. He whipped his blade into place, before realizing the chakra signature of it was off. Naruto dispelled the illusion affecting his chakra senses, and he barely knocked Shisui's sword away. Flames licked at his elbows, and Shisui's following kick took him in the stomach. Naruto flew away. Shisui seemed to flicker for a second. And then there were two of him closing in on Naruto. Then four. Even with his senses extended, he could not tell which one was the real one. Two of them closed the distance and he got ready to parry their attacks. Their bodies faded away into nothing. He could not tell which attack was the feint of the two remaining pairs. Naruto had prepared for something like this. Naruto summoned the weapon he had crafted for this, his chakra already ready to surge through it. A gleaming Otaki. He let his armor fade away, focusing all of the electrical energy into enhancing his reflexes. Time seemed to slow down. Which Shisui was the real one? Were there physical clones thrown into the mix, as well? He had used an illusion on Naruto again, this much was obvious. A more complex one, this time, one that affected more than just his sight. Otherwise, his chakra senses would have been enough to identify the real one. If he did dispel it, though, then Shisui would notice and adjust. This was too good an opportunity. Two Shisui in front. One to his left and back. One to his right, coming from above. Faster. Both his head and his nerves seemed to be on fire, as he pushed himself beyond his limits. Time seemed to slow down even further. Naruto could not hear sounds anymore, or it felt like it, at least. His body was not answering him, as though he were encased in ice. Or maybe it was just going too slow, compared to this instant of clarity. Something touched his left sleeve. A tanto, a real one, slipping in through a weaker part of his armor. Naruto let the chakra flow back through his body. Time resumed. Shisui's weapon stabbed through his left bicep, on course for his heart, and Naruto prevented it from spearing him entirely by lifting his arm out of the way. Naruto directed his chakra through his Otaki. His weapon released the accumulated lightning chakra in a flash of white. For a second, Shisui was blinded. Light wreathed the blade, and it seemed as though he were staring at the sun. Blinded and much too close. Naruto's blade flashed upward. Shisui twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding it. A blade made of chakra extended from the weapon, over a short distance. It was enough here. The chakra edge cut along Shisui's face messily. And through his right eye. The Uchiha fell to the earth with a curse. His right eye was ruined, and blood flowed freely down his face. He still managed to dodge Naruto's subsequent strike, one that would have taken him in the throat. Even with his eyes closed, Naruto felt him stare at his weapon, the soul-forged Otaki he held in his right hand. A long white ribbon flowed from its pommel. This? He asked him quietly. Ah. I was inspired by Kakashi's, and by Toru's weapon. This is my moon glare. I made it with one specific purpose in mind. Naruto smiled grimly, as he healed his arm. Shisui gritted his teeth. I assume you know exactly what I mean. Naruto continued. Let us see how good you are without this. This being the most problematic eye. The one that didn't require eye contact to ensnare an enemy. Shisui roared and swung at him again. They went on like this for a while. Striking at each other, blocking, stepping back, and in again. There was something wild and unrestrained in Uzumaki's eyes. And something else. Something that had been there last time, in the hospital, but was stronger now. It was hard to describe it, but it reminded Shisui of the Uchiha's cat summons. Cats had a strange gleam in their eyes. Something uncaring, like most predators. Something that only had one question in mind. Could I eat this? And despite the fact it was a life-or-death battle, the Uzumaki seemed to be having fun. And not because he thought he was winning. Every strike Shisui parried, deflected, dodged. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to get a clearer picture of his fighting style. Shisui even saw him use some of his own moves against him. Shisui scrambled and clawed, bucking under the weight of Naruto's two-handed strikes, strikes that felt like blocking a mighty hammer blow every time they landed. His hands shook. The Uchiha stepped back, avoiding yet another sweeping attack. He stepped back in, aiming for Naruto's face with his tanto. Naruto raised his blade and parried diagonally. He was only using one hand, right now. Naruto brought the blade back to his hip. His next attack looked as though he were trying to hit Shisui's face with the pommel of his weapon. Then his left hand came up in a flash and pushed against the flat edge of the blade. Jaipo. Shisui dodged the blade that had been aimed at his throat. The chakra edge that extended still nicked him. Naruto's moves were strange, right now. He twisted and the pommel came back up again. Shisui felt fabric touch his wrist. Only now did he notice that the ribbon that flew from the pommel of Naruto's blade seemed to be covered in something. His Sharingan focused on it. Shit. These were seals. The ribbon wrapped around Shisui's wrist when it touched it. Tightly, like a vice. Or a snake trying to suffocate its prey. It was seal activated, and his Sharingan could not possibly have predicted this particular movement. Uzumaki Naruto had clearly prepared for this fight. Naruto pulled Shisui to him using his blade and his own heavier weight. He pulled hard. A left hook rattled Shisui's jaw, sending him flying. Except, the rope pulled him back again. Naruto hit him with a spinning lightning-enhanced kick. Shisui fought and he scrambled, but he had the feeling it was for nothing. In just a few direct hits, he felt as though he was ready to pass out. Naruto delivered a flurry of lightning-fast blows to him. Each one rattled his skull. He was being bounced around like a yo-yo. Shisui wasn't seeing much of anything, and his numb fingers couldn't grasp the hilt of his tanto securely enough to do much. He needed to summon his Susanoo, but his focus was escaping him, crippling blow after crippling blow. A ball of roaring hot fire exploded from him. Raw and unfocused, it did more to burn Shisui's throat than anything else. Naruto cursed and threw Shisui away. This was going badly. The Uzumaki had only gotten better since last time, it seemed. This was fast, way too fast. Did he have help? Who? If he and Sasuke didn't stop him now, what would he become, given more time and preparation? The crux of the problem was that all three of Shisui's biggest advantages were negated, against him. He was not as fast as Uzumaki Naruto. His Susanoo would be a waste of effort. He used clones to avoid his illusions, and fought with his eyes closed. It was not easy on him either, and he could see that he was breathing hard, too. But Shisui knew that if it came down to stamina, there was no way he was going to win this one. Shisui's blade started glowing again, with a fiery red flame. So, tell me. Uzumaki Naruto began. At this point, what are you even fighting for? The shinobi I just killed. Shisui gritted his teeth. He didn't answer. Revenge? Naruto continued. For Kakashi, maybe. He was a friend. Was all that Shisui said on the matter, his grip around his sword tightening. Toru was a friend, too. We killed Danzo, and Kakashi took a stand. Shisui said nothing. Just hearing his brother's name coming from this man's lips made him unbearably angry. And what about his eye? Was this also just about fighting back? He spat. Uzumaki Naruto spoke quietly. It wasn't just about fighting back. I enjoyed defeating him. It doesn't mean I enjoyed his death. And I didn't steal his eye. Shisui spat. Speaking with you is a complete waste of time. Suit yourself. Naruto shrugged. I didn't come here to talk. Purple light shrouded him for an instant, before fading away. Naruto looked somewhat disappointed, but not particularly surprised. I would offer you to move aside, as Toru's brother. Naruto began. But your remaining eye is still too dangerous. Come take it, then. Shisui gritted out. You must be pretty good at this, by now. Naruto frowned. He stepped forward, his feet moving silently on the burned earth. I don't think there's anything you can do to me. But I'd rather not take the chance. Uzumaki Naruto sounded tired. No, not tired. Not even exhausted. Weary. Not physically, but his expression, his mannerisms. He sounded like a man who had been done. For a while. Shisui blurred. They clashed swords. Naruto was simply better than him. Each strike reminded Shisui of how tired was. He pushed even harder. He struggled to stay alive, to not be crushed. To not suffocate. Shisui felt a powerful kick move something within him. He slammed into the ground, the blow nearly knocking him unconscious. He stood up again. He called his Susanoo forth, even with one eye. Well, half of it. It flickered, and the Uchiha grabbed his eye, grunting in pain, but it held. Uzumaki just blurred away, waiting. That was a waste, and they both knew it. The rain of projectiles didn't reach him. The blond man shook his head, almost regretfully. He looked so strong, almost invincible at this moment. Then he moved forward again, weaving through the Susanoo's swings almost casually. Shisui felt sluggish in comparison. The Susanoo fell away and he was forced into melee combat again. Shisui tried to keep track of the ribbon as well. Their swords flashed through the air, electric blue and fiery orange. Naruto kicked Shisui away, following him by flipping forward. Shisui deflected the strike, but panic was starting to show on his face. He was losing this fight. Steel found steel. Again. And again. Shisui barely deflected the following strike. Naruto put more strength in the next. The Uchiha's back bent from the next strike. He had to end this. Right now. The Uzumaki seemed to only get better as the battle went on. Shisui read his next strike. He dodged, as narrowly as he could. Then he thrust his own tanto forward. Naruto grinned. It wasn't a pretty sight, and it reminded Shisui of a cat again. The gleaming eyes, too. Naruto accelerated. He let go of his moon glare, and with his left hand, he grabbed Shisui's wrist, pulling him forward, and making him overextend. Another copy of the weapon appeared in his right hand, even as the first one still fell. This one shone bright, enhanced by lightning. Naruto slashed down with no hesitation. Like a vengeful kami. Moon glare went through Shisui's wrist like butter, and his hand fell to the ground, stiff. The wound was already cauterized by the supercharged weapon. Shisui howled in pain. Naruto fell upon him. Shisui! Sasuke roared. The barrier finally exploded under his constant assault. Sasuke looked exhausted already. Not just from the fight. He had been tired before. Don't move. Naruto said softly. Either of you. A clone appeared next to him, and he handed him a sword. The clone kept it pressed against Shisui's neck. Otherwise he dies. Shisui settled for glaring at him. I can feel your chakra. This goes for both of you. And I know your abilities. Naruto said easily. If you try anything. What do you want? Sasuke sounded defeated. Come here. Naruto smiled. Sasuke took one step forward, without thinking, before he caught himself. Don't. Shisui roared. Sasuke seemed hesitant. He really will kill you, Shisui. I can't. Better that I die than whatever he has planned. It won't be quite that bad, I assure you. Naruto said quietly. Sasuke. Don't come any closer. Shisui begged. I won't lose you, too. Sasuke growled. You will. Shisui promised. He won't let me go. But you will lose everything if you give in to his demands. I am not losing you. Sasuke gritted out. Something about his tone made his cousin understand how serious he was about this. Shisui smiled sadly. Naruto understood what he was about to do. Shisui was gathering chakra into his eye. And Naruto knew what he needed to do. That was Toru's brother. What does it matter? Was this his thought, or not? He didn't know anymore. His blade swung right through Shisui's neck and the headless body fell to the ground. Naruto felt the same weariness return. Sasuke howled in rage. The beast he was holding, the one Naruto had helped seal inside him, released its noxious chakra through the air. Sasuke flew at him, covered in flames. Naruto felt something move next to him and he narrowly dodged a tanto strike. It bit into his neck, but not too deeply. He started healing it, right away. Uzumaki Naruto furrowed his brows. What? Naruto blinked. You can do something like this. This was likely how Toru had survived, all these years ago, then. Uchiha Shisui stood on his feet, still ready to fight, entirely blind. Without his eyes, though. He wasn't much. Don't. Sasuke roared, pink chakra shaping itself around him. Too slow. The Baijuyu inside Sasuke roared, now awake and wrestling for control. And Sasuke was blinded by the fear of losing someone, too. Shikaku's chakra rose up. With a grunt of pain, Sasuke stiffened. A terrible combination. A lightning-enhanced kick struck Shisui and he flew away. His flight was stopped by a tree, painfully. He fell to the ground, his remaining hand going limp. Dead or not? It didn't matter. Without his eyes, he was of no consequence. The rest happened extremely quickly. Demonic chakra exploded. Sasuke flew at him, covered in a mix of pink and demonic chakra. Naruto's chakra became entirely purple. It would only last a short while, with his frayed control. Naruto's bow snapped into his hands, and he released 3 storm arrows in a flurry, expending most of his remaining chakra. The half-formed Susanoo buckled. The Baijuyu's demonic wind shrouded Sasuke completely, and it mixed with fire. The result looked and felt cursed. Sasuke's flames concentrated into a powerful offense, wrapping along his blade. He slashed forward, using his momentum to enhance the wide, sweeping sword strike. Naruto used what little time he had to dodge the powerful flames. He knew where Sasuke expected him to move. Instead of fleeing, as Sasuke had expected him to do, he reached into the flames, burning his right arm raw despite his reinforced armor and his storm cloak. Naruto couldn't feel anything but pain from his right hand. He didn't need to. His hand reached inside Sasuke's collar blindly, landing on his shoulder at the same time his storm cloak faded away. 5 elements seal. Naruto kicked him. Sasuke fell to the muddy ground. His control over his chakra was going absolutely haywire. And he suddenly lost most of his remaining strength. It was no wonder, considering how entwined his chakra was with his beast. The beast, that was now all too silent, and distant as well. Is it the first time someone uses it against you? Really? Naruto muttered. Did Jiraiya teach you nothing about sealing? Bastard! Sasuke growled. Of course you know exactly how to counter mine. You made it. A knee was pressed into his chest. The blonde was above him, dead-eyed, looking like a ghoul. More demon than man. His right arm. Sasuke saw that Naruto's right arm was nothing more than mangled flesh, fused together with the remnants of the cloak he had been wearing. Burned to a crisp and useless, it dangled from his shoulder and would cause him untold amounts of pain. There was no way he'd use his damnable bow ever again. Sasuke felt some satisfaction at the sight. And he knew it wouldn't heal, 9 tails or not. The cursed chakra ran too deep, and even with his Sharingan, he would have trouble unweaving the threads of it. Naruto's other hand flashed toward his face. That is true. Naruto grunted. His eyes. He was going to take his eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan saw it in all too clear detail. His fingers would press in. There would be a popping sound, he imagined. And then there would be darkness on one side, the one thing that almost every Uchiha feared. The monster above him would then do it again to his other eye. And Sasuke would be left blind and useless for the coming disaster. It didn't happen, and the Sharingan's prediction flickered away. The Uzumaki stiffened and did something else instead. Naruto pressed his index on his forehead and Sasuke's chakra escaped his control entirely. The Sharingan receded. Do not move. The Uzumaki called. His eyes were still alight with blue lightning, and madness as well. Naruto extended his left hand and a glass dagger appeared in it. For what it's worth, I'm sorry it came to this. But this is needed. He drove the blade into Sasuke's navel. Sasuke shouted in helpless rage and pain. Agony swept through him and he screamed some more. Something cold was spreading through his gut. No. Something warm was escaping his gut. Why? Sasuke snarled. You will understand soon. Or maybe you won't. Naruto said quietly. Get off. Get off of me. He was feeling tired, so tired. Then the dagger was pulled out of his gut. Sasuke screamed again. Naruto stood up. The dagger disappeared into a scroll. He seemed to be deep in thought. Or debating with himself. The same Oda key as before appeared into his hand, reflecting the moon. "Are you going to kill me?" Sasuke asked. Naruto said nothing. Lightning and wind gathered around his remaining arm. "Like you killed Shisui?" Sasuke howled. "He lives, still," Naruto said quietly. "It changed nothing." "Like you killed Kakashi?" Silence. It looked as though Naruto was wrestling with himself. With his desire to kill him, and his desire not to. "You should." "I said shut up." Naruto screamed, putting the blade right at Sasuke's throat. Sasuke didn't even know if he was still talking to him. Naruto unnerved him. His hand was clenching, unclenching around the Oda key. His control was frayed, it was obvious. Purple light gathered around his sword, and Sasuke knew it was the end. The blade pressed into his neck, drawing blood. He kept his eyes open, and stared up at Naruto. Sasuke didn't need the Sharingan to know what the killing blow would look like. And then, Naruto began to shake. "I am Uzumaki Naruto," he roared. "I won't be controlled. Not by you, not by anyone. Face me, you coward." The storm faded, and his sword disappeared as well. He stared at Sasuke, his face obscured by the night. Naruto's hand reached for his forehead without hesitation, and Sasuke felt some of his chakra become reachable again. His reserves were almost empty. "Heal your wounds," Naruto rasped out. "After that, we will settle the matter." Uzumaki Naruto disappeared. Chapter 125, Mind/A Stronger Man. What is Uzumaki Naruto? I will readily admit that part of why I'm steadfast on the madness subject is that I simply don't believe madness is actually a tangible concept. Not only because I have personally been accused of madness myself, of course. I believe it is an antiquated concept that tries to separate others' subjective experience into a distinct category for the only reason that it departs so significantly from what most would consider reality. Quite often I feel the concept of madness presupposes there's such a thing as objective reality, when in fact we each inhabit our own subjective realities which may or may not overlap. To different extents. Were we able to inhabit the lived experience of even a severely schizophrenic individual, within that person's reality, their perceived world, their seemingly erratic behavior would be understandable. Orochimaru, Meditations. I'm running out of time. Naruto muttered. No. We'll be just fine. There is no we. The time has come. Then come. I will show you what I think of your endless machinations. Now that he was out of the fight, he bent over in exhaustion. He could not stop now. That he was short one arm didn't matter. The weariness was only partly caused by the fight, he knew. He had seen the horror in Sasuke's eyes. What did it matter? It was Sasuke. What does it matter? You are not friends. He is nothing but an obstacle now. We should have killed him. Naruto stumbled forward. He didn't return to UMI. He felt too on edge for that. He was entirely too rattled to be near anyone he cared about. He was afraid that he'd do the same thing he had been about to do to Sasuke. Naruto was still more than strong enough to get rid of a few problematic people across the world. So he began doing just that over the course of the day. A long, bloody day. It came without warning, and without a trace. Several people, most of them respected, and all of them wielding great influence and power, disappeared throughout the lands, on that particular Thursday. There would be a lot of finger-pointing later, but with no way to prove who had done it, nothing could be done about it. He felt like a dead man walking. And maybe he was, in a way. There was someone else under his skin, inside his soul, waiting for him to finally fall away. And the way things had been going, he knew it might be very, very soon. Rest. He needed rest. Sleep simply wouldn't do. And he was supposed to stop this endless conflict? He was the worst sort of man. And he had failed already. So many different times. Naruto continued to walk. Anywhere was fine. Before he could even think about it, he found himself back in the mountain's graveyard, close to the Atsutsuki ruins. Naruto walked through the broken remains of something he knew he could see whole if he only closed his eyes, once more. "What do you expect to find here?" Indra asked him. "I expect nothing. You're lying to yourself," Indra said, his voice very soft. "Very close, too. You still have hopes of finding a solution to your little problem." Anger welled up inside Naruto. Was this how his whole life, what little was left of it, was going to be like? Strung along like a puppet, at the whims of people like that bastard. Dragged into fights that had had nothing to with him at the beginning, until he was the one in the wrong. Killing the people he cared about. Failing, and failing. Again and again. Naruto was exhausted. And weary, too. It felt as though he had spent most of his short life fighting, or getting ready to fight. How long had he been walking? The day was starting again. Or was it sunset? What would Toru think of him? What would Kakashi, the third, or Orochimaru think, if they saw him now? All these sacrifices, for what? The last weeks, he had felt as though he were walking in a never-ending haze. "Then let me take over," Indra whispered. "It will be a mercy, as well. I refuse. Whether you accept me or not doesn't matter all that much, in the long run." There were shadows on the edge of his perception. A blade appeared into his left hand. Who was there? Karen. Hanabi. Was he really starting to see things, now? When was the last time he had slept? It was good to see them. Grounding, in a way. But right now, being grounded was the last thing that he wanted. He could not afford to be burdened by such things. Otherwise, he would never. They looked a bit hesitant, both of them. Because of him, then. How long since he had left UMI, now? Days, he thought. And he had kept the bond shut, of course. Like Toru had, when. "Hello." His voice sounded distant to himself. They greeted him, a bit warily. The three of them stared at each other, in the middle of the ruins. It was windy here, and almost cold, too. Not like home. Not like UMI. "What are you doing?" Karen cut to the chase. "Here, you mean?" Naruto asked. "How did you find me?" Karen lifted an eyebrow. "What do you think? You have a very unique chakra signature. And there were only so many marks you were likely to go." Hanabi finished, sounding frustrated. "We have been checking for days." "Ah." Naruto muttered. "Did anything happen? Did anything happen?" Karen repeated, blinking. "Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how erratically you've been acting these last weeks?" He kinda knew, even though he was certain he was not seeing it objectively. Far from it. Some part of him felt like screaming. "I had things I needed to do," Naruto said. "Things?" Karen said pointedly. "Since when do you hide so much from us?" "It's not." Naruto started, frustrated. "I will tell you everything. Later." He finished, weakly. Hanabi said nothing. But her eyes, as usual, told him more than enough about what she was truly thinking. Why couldn't they understand? "There are things." He tried. "Why don't you come out and say it?" Karen gritted out. "I am tired, Karen." He switched topics completely. He started pacing about. "Of men like Nagato, Madara, Indra, pulling me along in whichever direction they want." "What are you rambling about?" Hanabi asked. Naruto knew they meant well. But there was no way he could even begin to explain what was happening. "My life is not mine, and maybe it never has been. I can't run. I can't fight. The only thing I can do is try to do as much as you can before you go." Hanabi asked, folding her arms. "You won't die." Karen interjected. "We will find a way to defeat him." "Nagato." "This is not just about Nagato," Naruto said in frustration. "No matter what I do, Indra will be waiting at the end." His voice is getting more and more present. How bad? Karen finally asked. You never clarified. Naruto laughed. I can't tell his thoughts apart from mine, sometimes. And I'm doing my best to push him away. Karen looked sad. Why did you never say it got so bad? We could have. Hanabi continued. You could have what? He shook his head. There is nothing to do. We will find something. Karen almost pleaded. So much of what we did already was considered impossible. He wanted to believe her. Karen had always been there for him, since the very beginning. And they shared a bond that. A bond. What little relief he had started to feel blew away like a candle in the wind. Your arm. She finally noticed. He had done his best to hide it from her. Why did she sound so horrified? It's nothing. He muttered. I considered getting rid of it entirely. What, oh God, why? Her voice sounded so distant. She had always been so loyal. Karen continued to talk, but he could not focus anymore. The only thing he could think about was Shachi. And her relationship with Indra. Had he done the exact same thing? Had he made all of them his loyal followers, by force of his chakra? Had he manipulated all of them into it? Maybe there was nothing to run away from. He was already the same sort of monster, then. Naruto wanted to be alone. His emotions were getting the best of him again. And he could not afford to be emotional. He reached inward, trying to find the stillness of mind that he found through meditation. It didn't come. Ruto. The woman. Yoizan? Shachi? Mito? No, Karen. She was calling someone. Naruto. Naruto. That was him. Let me go. I need to think. He said softly. I don't think you should be left alone, right now. Hanabi cut him off. Come with us. Please. Karen pleaded. His chakra was starting to escape him. Something was shaping into his left hand. A sword. He needed a sword. Let me be. He roared. Why was he holding a sword? Why was he channeling his chakra? Both Karen and Hanabi looked at him in disbelief. What are you doing? One of them asked. What are you doing? Indra asked, mockingly. What was he doing? Inside, he was screaming. Wind and lightning were waiting to be released. His sword raised slowly. What are you waiting for? They will betray you, anyway. More of his chakra gathered around him. Naruto saw their faces. The fear he read there, even as they took fighting stances. He had seen this through his memories. The turning point, the moment where some of Indra's previous incarnations turned irreversibly mad. In the blink of an eye, he could become one of them. Enough. Naruto whispered. Enough. Sasuke had been one thing. This was another. He forced the sword away. Naruto fled again. Later. UMI. What has been done to him? Karen asked breathlessly. There was fear in her, but worry, most of all. Hanabi, on the other hand, was angry. Not fearful, but worried for him, too. Sakura and Ino were silent. Do you think he would have tried to kill you? Ino asked, voice tight. She had tried to see what it was that was wrong with him. Several times. But she could see nothing. He was one soul. And therapy could only help so much. No. No. Karen shook her head, not wanting to believe it. He was such a gentle boy. I don't think that's something he would have done. Karen. He is close to insane. If he's not fully there already. Hanabi muttered. I don't know what we should do. I know. Karen said with pursed lips. Do you think I do not know? What should we do about it? Sakura asked. Her tone was entirely flat. Karen fell silent. We help him. Ino said. I'm working on something, but I don't know if. And in the meantime? Sakura asked. Karen looked desperate. I don't have the slightest idea. Naruto walked along the streets of the last city in the land of ancestors. It was a small country that had existed 1,000 years ago. The land itself was still home to a few farming villages, surrounded by small forests. The country also contained a vast lake, which had acted as the main resource for villagers in the past. The legends had it that this country was also the location from which the great tree had grown from. But those were just myths, and there was nothing to prove them. What was true was that the mountains that surrounded this place had become known as the Peaks of Demise. And that was where he was headed. Something called him there, the same way he and Nagato too, he assumed had been pulled toward Uzushio, that night, weeks ago. It felt so long ago, already. What this force was, he didn't know. Fate, maybe? But the idea that there was something else, a force guiding his destiny, didn't sit well with him. He had been ready to attack, maybe even kill them. Karin. Hanabi. And it hadn't felt like Indra pushing him to do anything. It hadn't felt like him losing himself into memories. It had been him. He really was losing it. If only he were stronger. Patience. He whispered to himself. We will settle this very soon. I have all the time in the world. I'm coming for you. This has lasted for way too long. I am waiting, little Uzumaki. Face me. We will end it, once and for all. Do you think you are ready? I don't care about waiting anymore. There were people on these streets. Nobody recognized him. Here, he was just another face in the crowd. They just saw a cloaked stranger walking around in a daze. Maybe they thought he was drunk, drugged. What did he care? These people weren't afraid of him. It seemed as though the list of the people not worried about him was a very short one, by now. But was it that bad? He would get rid of Nagato, wouldn't he? And then? Then what? Naruto passed a fragile-looking bridge, without any sort of concern about its sturdiness. If it broke, it broke. His eyes were open, but his mind was elsewhere. He noticed that it had been a while since he had last seen people, now. There were a few scattered animals here, with strange appearances. Before, maybe he would have been curious about them. The same way they were about him, watching him pass, sniffing him to figure where he stood on the food chain, exactly. Now, it seemed so unimportant. Where was he? He had walked for a long while, again. It was cold, windy. Freezing, even. Naruto was high up in the mountains. A vast expanse of nothingness stretched in front of him. A pristine white mountain slope, with fragile-looking trees blanketing the area, while snow fell gently to the ground. Under his feet, Naruto could feel more of the snow under him, along with the freezing wind blowing against him. For a brief moment, as he stood in the wilderness, looking down at the torn chasm of the mountain, the dark clouds hanging above him, Naruto wondered what he was truly fighting for. And if it were truly worth it. He sat down over the mountain ledge, his feet dangling over the precipice, a drop that would kill any man. His chakra melted the snow away and he sat down to think. The cold was barely distracting up here. The whispers were getting louder in his head. To the point where he could not call them whispers anymore. He breathed in and out, slowly. Naruto knew the time had come. Earlier than expected. Much earlier. There were so many things he still wanted to do. He was barely 20. He was not ready. Could he ever have been? Naruto stared at the bloody glass dagger in his good hand. The one that he had went through so much trouble to obtain. All this, for what? It had been a harebrained idea again, hadn't it been? Taking Sasuke's chakra and blood. But it had worked for Madara. And he had spent days planning this. A dagger capable of absorbing and giving chakra, without changing its essence. It would be such a waste to have everything he had planned for in front of him, and to do nothing with it. Maybe this was his most terrible idea yet. He would soon figure it out. Worst case, he would die a bit earlier than expected. With that in mind, Naruto stabbed himself in the gut. The blade he had designed did what it was conceived for. It released the blood and chakra as close to his origin point as he could make it. He felt the foreign chakra spread through him. Then he waited. To see if there was still a chance. Naruto sat up there for hours. Maybe more. The cold didn't seem to reach him. Or maybe he was too numb to care. His breath was misting over, and a storm was raging. Snow, thunder, and rain. His chakra was focused, and he lifted his good hand. He released it. For the 1000th time. Who was he? The sage's first son? Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's son? Another lamb to the slaughter? A tool of destruction? Of salvation? He was afraid. He was angry. He was full of regrets already. And he still held some traitorous hope. Maybe he was a monster to many, already. But he wasn't impervious. Every terrible action he undertook ate at his soul, if not immediately, then later. The weight of his deeds made him want to bow his shoulders, and his future actions terrified him already. It would be so easy to let go. He just had to accept his fate. He was doomed to fail, anyway. Just like he had, time and time again. Naruto could stop it all. He could coil all of his chakra upon itself, and release it in a burst of light that would break the land. Then it would be over. For a while. Someone else would have to deal with this. Someone stronger. Someone who could bear the weight of this. The meaninglessness of this endless loop. Naruto felt Sasuke's Asura's, really chakra coursing through him, blending with his own almost seamlessly. But nothing else was happening. Uchiha Madara had awakened his Rinnegan by mixing his blood and chakra with Hashirama Senju's. The man was convinced the Sharingan was needed. Taking a Sharingan for himself was something he could simply not afford to do. About this at least, he knew that Indra and Shachi had not lied. He felt it in his bones. Naruto already had done what he could. Or at least he thought so. What else was there? There was nothing. It had taken Madara decades to awaken the eye. Time Naruto didn't have. There was nothing. What he knew was that the Sharingan evolved through extreme situations. What he didn't know was if this worked in a similar way. What he knew was that he was Indra's spiritual ancestor. What he didn't know was if that would be enough. There was something. Madara had awoken his Rinnegan near his death. Naruto would awaken his Rinnegan near his death. Could he even heal from that? With that in mind, and the certainty that there was nothing more he could lose, Naruto stabbed himself, close to his heart, and close to the gate of death. His chakra, all three different essences coursing through his body, reached out to heal him. Or at least, to prevent him from dying immediately. His body might have been there, on the rock overlooking emptiness, sitting silently, but his mind and soul were elsewhere. Outside of time, outside of existence. Naruto was standing on a pool of pure water, one that stretched on forever. His body was whole. His right arm answered him again. Only now did Naruto realize now how constant the numb pain that had come from it had been. But standing was not an apt description for what he was doing, since it was not really his body either. Just a representation of it. Indra stood in front of him, his smaller stature doing nothing to lessen his sheer presence. They stared at each other. Chapter 126, Body/Indra. What is Uzumaki Naruto? Someone that has had his mind toyed with by forces that he had no hopes of understanding for years. Somebody that has tried, again and again, to shoulder too much weight. Something that must already be dead. I believe that it is in the nature of man to fight. Ninjutsu is but a tool. Without it, civilians would war with sticks and stones and gunpowder again. But shinobi go above and beyond that, in the sense that it is in the nature of ninja to kill. For what else could be, when we train them for this specific purpose from the moment they can channel chakra? We are monsters, creating more monsters. A good shinobi is one that can kill their emotions. Empathy, compassion, love, these are the things that we get rid of first, in order to make a more efficient murder machine. Except for a small fire that must be fanned, of course. Love for your clan, love for your village, love for your nation. Love thy clan, love thy village, love thy nation. Kill the rest. So that your clan's reputation grows. So that your village expands its power. So that your nation expands its land. And we call it honor. But there can be no honor, no ideals. Not for us. Only madness, looming over you like your loved one's tombstone. I do not pretend that I am any better. Under the Uchiha banner, I have killed men, women, and children. Under the Konoha banner, I have killed men, women, and children. I am beginning to resent it, not the killing itself, for this I have resented since the very beginning. But this world. I am beginning to loathe such a world. This loathing is all-encompassing, and I fear that pieces of the letter had been torn away and were never found. Perhaps they are right. Perhaps I am mad. Perhaps Hashirama truly will bring peace. I hope for a miracle. And yet I am prepared for the worst. Uchiha Madara, unsent letter to Uchiha Setsuna, 2 months before his defection. It is time for you to fall away, little Uzumaki. Indra said, almost gently. Naruto said nothing in answer. He felt more like himself, here. He dimly remembered the smells of forests, of the mountains, and then the sea. Perfume, 2 different ones. His breath was hot, and his mind was clear. For the first time in a long, long time. Your body might still be holding on, but your will is gone. Naruto knew it. This game had gone on for far too long, already. He was tired. You are nothing more than a walking corpse. Rest. Indra said, as though he were extending a kindness. Naruto still stood silent. Although the embers of something ignited within him. Something that burned. Something like rage. It was something that the man in front of him had felt before, too, according to what he had seen through Indra's memories. Just an echo of a feeling that hadn't been his. Defiance? To the very end, then. Very well. Indra smiled. Kneel. Indra extended his hands, and a wave of invisible chakra pressure made Naruto drop to a knee. It was as though his very being was being torn apart. And that he was being crushed at the same time. The only thing he could do was holding on, trying to keep what it was that Naruto thought made him together. The pain was not only physical, far from it. His mind was on the edge of rupture. Every fear, every superstition, every shame was turned against him. He had thought he could defeat this. The tearing went on seemingly forever. I will win this one, too. Indra said. Something about the familiar words angered Naruto even more. He was starting to get pretty pissed. He opened his eyes and anchored himself to reality. Win. Win. Naruto gritted out. Is this all this is about to you? Your conflict with your brother? Indra laughed. He brought his power against Naruto again. The tearing continued. Naruto held himself together. The power came from all directions, and he fell to his knees again. It seemed to last forever. And Naruto knew it might well do so if he continued to fight. Indra had all the time in the world. Naruto didn't. Isn't there any way out? Naruto growled. Is this conflict just going to go on forever? Until he admits his ideals are wrong. Indra smiled. That's it. Naruto roared. The pain was blinding. For something like this. Aren't you doing the exact same thing? Through the haze of pain, Naruto saw it still. He had done so. Just because Sasuke was not that similar to Ajura superficially, he had been too stupid to see. He was part of the cycle in every way. What would it even matter if Indra took over, if he was already doing his part? They were the same, after all. Naruto felt some of the pain recede, and Indra seemed surprised. No. Naruto grunted. I have made mistakes, but we're not doing the same thing. I won't become like you. The man smiled, and the pressure increased again. The pain came back. Naruto felt that he was being torn apart again. I'm still me. Naruto roared. He attacked. Indra laughed. So you want to fight? Such proud last words, too. Come at me, then. The pressure abated. Naruto didn't have to try to reach for his emotions. Lightning and wind, yin and yang. What was harder was letting go. But with everything on the line, he would have to. This was what he was born for. This moment, suspended in time, where only the battle mattered. His soul was soaring, his heart was thrumming. He was chakra, He was strength. He was the storm. The cloak of storm held. Indra grinned. Around him, his chakra shaped itself into weapons. Twin swords. Just like Naruto. Lightning and fire, yin and yang. Their blades clashed, mighty blows that reminded Naruto of the old legends, of men facing angry kami. It was obvious from the very start that Indra was stronger, better. This had never stopped Uzumaki Naruto before. They pushed away from each other, almost perfect reflections. Indra took a long breath. The strength, the quality of the chakra that gathered made Naruto shiver. Firestorm release, sunlight flare. A wall of crackling white fire, burning so bright that it hurt to look at, covered the entire field, blooming like the most terrible sort of flower. Naruto had nothing in his arsenal to counter that. He pushed his chakra to his legs and dashed around it. He ran at his fastest speed, something so far above a regular human that he would not even be seen by most shinobi. Of course, Naruto rarely, if ever, faced most shinobi. Or maybe he didn't really care enough about such encounters to really commit them to memory. Indra extended his hand and chakra, or rather, an unrefined blast of it slammed into Naruto like hard pellets of stone, sending him rolling. Before he had recovered, Indra was upon him, swords flying through the air with a keening sound. Lightning and wind made for a better combination, when it came to speed. Which meant Naruto was almost as fast as Indra was. He parried the blow, but the strength of it sent him through the water with a booming sound. He used wind underwater to twist himself, aiming for the surface again. He came out with a gasp. "You may as well give up," Indra said with a small grin. "My power only grew over the generations." Naruto stared up at him, defiantly. He felt the oceans of chakra at the man's disposal. Indra moved. A rising kick smashed into Naruto's face with thunderous might. He was flying through the air, and something was coming for him, obscuring the heavens. It was a sword. One that displaced the very air around it. A gigantic purple sword made out of chakra. It came from a Susanoo, Naruto could see. One that made the ones that Sasuke and Shisui had displayed look like children's toys. But Uzumaki Naruto was no quitter. With a roar, Naruto focused the storm in his arms and swords and prepared to parry the attack. It kinda worked, because instead of cleaving him in half, the blow just sent him careening toward the water again. He smashed into it, and from this height, it might as well have been stone. Everything hurt. The impact might well have given him whiplash. Naruto rose above the water again. His hands were shaking. "You are not lacking in will, or strength. I can admit as much." Indra smiled, and his eyes were red with the Sharingan. Naruto reacted to the sight by falling on trained instincts. He slapped his hands together. Storm release, blinding flash. Indra laughed even as he closed his eyes. "I can sense chakra too, you know." Storm was wind and lightning. Naruto focused on that. Storm release, shadow clone. What would more of you hope to do? The storm clones began weaving hand seals, as coordinated as a single unit. Storm release, vacuum tear. Storm release, vacuum tear. Storm release, dragon arrow. A rift in the air broke the air apart around Indra. Blades sharp enough to cut through lightning itself came at him from every angle. One Naruto released the latter jutsu. The arrow flew, aimed at Indra's face. Indra caught it, almost lazily, protected by his Susanoo and his own elements. While the clones held their techniques, Naruto weaved two different jutsu. One with each hand. Storm release, Raja. Storm release, faded lightning. A beast made out of purple electricity formed, starting from Naruto's left hand. A cord of lightning connected to it, and the hound flew toward Indra, getting as close as possible and obscuring his view of Naruto. Naruto brought his right hand up, and focused the chakra through his extended middle finger. A point of light shone in front of it before disappearing. The beam of light that he shot went through both the hound, detonating it, and Indra. Seemingly, Indra casually summoned a column of pure flame to shield him. He twisted his hands in signs Naruto had never seen before, and it exploded into beams of electrical white light that shot toward Naruto. By going through his clones, Naruto began running again. as fast as he could. His body was screaming in pain, but he could not slow down. Not for a single moment. His thighs felt as though they were about to give out on him. It is such a shame. Indra began, as light a cloud. He wasn't the one fighting for his life, and it showed. Naruto didn't bother answering him. He continued to run and dodge, feeling numbness start to climb through his legs. That was bad. Had you been anyone else, we could have been allies. Naruto jumped and twisted to avoid being split in two. He slid over water, passing in between orbs of fiery lightning without being consumed in the process. Still sprinting through the beams that exploded around him, Naruto barely managed to growl out his answer. I could have been your follower, you mean? What difference does it make? Indra eyed him with some dark amusement. We could have ruled the world together. Just the way you wanted. That is not what I want. Naruto bellowed. Oh? And what do you want, then? The answer came to Naruto unbidden. Something he didn't even think he had wanted, especially during the last days. He had thought he didn't, but... I want to live. He shouted. The words rang true in Naruto's mind, just as they rang through the pure lake. So you have changed your mind, then? That, Indra began, almost sadly, is the one thing I cannot give you. Then I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Indra's Susanoo faded away. Was he trying to save on Chakra? Did Chakra even truly exist here? Naruto summoned his bow in a blink. He jumped, and the beams continued to follow him. Chakra tinted the air purple around him as he aimed. He released 5 arrows in the time it usually took him to shoot 2. Indra's own hands flashed. And an ancient-looking bow appeared into his hands. Fire and lightning gathered around him. The air crackled with power. Naruto's mouth tightened. Are you surprised that we might be similar? After all that I've said? The man asked. The destructive force of the attack was simply superior to Naruto's. The resulting collision and the deafening blast of burning air that followed sent Naruto tumbling through the air. Where was up, where was down? He slammed into the water head first and almost passed out, here and there. With a groan, he pulled himself up once more. Indra stood over him, once he surfaced. It's over. Indra said. You're strong as it gets. But that's not enough. You won't be able to defeat me in battle. His Sharingan was turned off. The real Naruto burst through the clone lying on top of the water, reaching for Indra. Indra dodged him easily. Just as easily, he dodged the second Naruto that rose up from under. I invented the shinobi arts, Uzumaki Naruto. He drawled. He kicked the second one away. It exploded in a shower of lightning. He looked up and slashed at the first one. It dispelled into smoke. The real Naruto, transformed into the clone's earring, fell upon him, attaching something around Indra's wrist. A sealing tag unfolded itself around his entire body. We had a lot of time to perfect them. Naruto smiled grimly. What is this? The man asked. He had been tricked. His chakra turned inward, folded upon itself and detonated in a burst of bright light. Naruto, half unconscious from being so close to the source of it, slowly stood up. It worked. There were no more traces of Indra. Chakra coalesced into the air again. Which part of it won't be a fight do you not get? Indra's voice called mockingly. He reformed out of nothing. Pushing his panic down, Naruto rushed in and slapped another seal on his exposed, reforming hand. One that would plunge him into a long sleep. Unconscious but alive. He had planned to use it on himself, once he managed to finish it. The core concept, I guess. Naruto spat. Indra shook his head and ripped the seal apart. As though it was just paper. Naruto tried to put some distance in between them. Flames billowed like a beast's open jaws. Naruto summoned and threw a sword away, and pulled himself to it in the same movement. He summoned a clone seamlessly. Storm release, path clearer. The clone was consumed despite his jutsu. Naruto pushed again, forcing himself back to the water's surface. With a growing sense of hopelessness, he stood up again. He lost his balance for a second. Something slammed through his lung. Naruto started to choke on his blood. The world seemed to turn dark, to slowly fade away. No way. He pulled the arrow out of his ribcage with a horrifying noise and forced the wound shut. Naruto's sword met Indra's barely a second later, in a resounding clang. He twisted his body away and dodged under the second one. Naruto kicked, and to his surprise, he managed to land a solid hit. Indra looked just as surprised. And then amused. Naruto felt it then. Power. 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 Indra's hand extended. Firestorm release, searing bolts. Streaks of fire and lightning combined rained on Naruto. His cloak caught fire first, the reinforced material being made to look like paper. His entire body felt as though he were burning, and his skin cracked when he threw himself to the side. He fell heavily to his side. Indra's index and middle finger came down. Twin bolts of burning light went through his palms, pinning him to the surface of the water. Water that hissed and steamed around the supercharged rods of flame. A foot pushed his head underwater. Time stretched on. Naruto's eyes were open. He could see through the clear water, colors, purer than they should be, as he desperately tried to breathe. He swallowed water. It burned like lava. His body went limp, his mind went blank, he wondered about giving up. To just let go. It wouldn't be that hard, would it? His lungs had more or less given out anyway, and there would be no pain, just comfort. Storm release, depth charge. He called instead. His chakra engulfed him, and it stunned Indra for a very short moment. Naruto knew better than to let an opportunity like this pass. He flashed up, pouring all of his strength into this attack. All of the storm, he focused along the edge of his sword. He aimed for the area in between Indra's chin and throat. He saw the surprise in the man's eyes and relished in it. Cloud Piercer. Naruto thrust upward. Indra's eyes opened wide, and his hand pushed the sword away. The Susanoo rose around him, purple, strong and unyielding. A long, bleeding wound had opened along his cheek, and his hand, the one that still held Naruto's sword, was in a bad shape. There was something serious in Indra's eyes now. Naruto leaped back, feeling his lungs burn. White fireballs appeared behind Naruto. He avoided the first three, but had to use his arm to shield himself from the latest. He summoned a sword and Indra grabbed him, his hand wrapping around his throat tightly. It was a nice trick, that seal from before. Fitting for a shinobi. Indra admitted. And so was this. Naruto growled. Open your eyes, now. Indra ordered. So that you can hypnotize me? Indra scoffed. I can't hypnotize you more than I can hypnotize myself. That's a very convenient lie. When have I ever lied to you? Indra sounded amused. I could probably think of a few times, if your hand wasn't wrapped around my throat. Naruto breathed out. Indra let him fall to the surface of the water. The pressure came for Naruto again, a true wave of power. Every single part of him, every part of his will was focused on pushing the attack back. Indra showed him a terrible future, forcing visions of death into his mind. Or maybe they were truly coming from himself. They will all die if you live. Indra said. You will lose them all. But I can prevent that. Naruto crawled across the floor, spasming from the pain. There was the temptation. Indra had power. Power beyond measure. He could save them. The pain would stop. The madness would, too. No more burdens. But he thought of the people in his life. No. Pain. Even more pain. Oh gods, was he burning, or did it only feel as though he were? Surrender, and it will all stop. Indra offered. No. Naruto muttered. The true pain began. Everything was a blur around Naruto, a nonsensical patchwork of colors. He was starting to forget why he was fighting in the first place. And there was pain. Cutting, blunt, electrifying, inescapable pain. His consciousness seemed to stop at that. The pain had started at some point he couldn't define anymore, and it didn't stop. Naruto howled and raged and screamed in true agony. The pain went deep, like a fire that seared his bones, or his very soul. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't hear anything, he couldn't feel anything. Then it stopped for an instant and he remembered who he was. Surrender! Indra demanded. No. Naruto gasped. Naruto continued to howl. There was something welcoming past the veil of endless pain. Something welcoming that seems to call to him. Naruto ignored the call of oblivion. Indra's attacks persisted. When mere mind-numbing pain, soul-rending agony began to lose its appeal, Indra began weaving horrific visions of the future that awaited Naruto. The death Naruto's selfishness would bring, and the ruined world that Nagato, if left alive, would usher. And he made it seem so reasonable, too. As though giving up would save everyone. A traitorous part of his mind, the same one that told him there was no need to remain in that much pain, told him it might be for the best, after all. But in the end, he was Uzumaki Naruto. And giving up when something was at stake was not something he did. Forgive me for disturbing you, my lord. A woman, red of hair and beautiful, bowed in front of him. Only silence answered her. Time stretched on, languid and painful. For her only, as he had never minded. The crescendo of tension in the air was continuous. What is it? He muttered back, barely bothering to look at her. The very sight of her face only brought back memories he had no more use for. Kura's forces have been defeated. Kura was supposed to be the best of you. He said quietly. Why do you think he was defeated, Yoizan? I do not presume to know, my lord. Indra's face stood shrouded in shadow, and he only bothered looking at her briefly. His eyes flashed red for an instant. I shall tell you, then. Indra whispered. Azura's forces are willing to die for him. I see, my lord. Do you really? Kura wasn't willing to die for me, and that must be why he perished. No answer came. Look at me, Yoizan. Indra said quietly. Yes, my lord. She did so, and his red eyes met hers. Would you be willing to die for me to fulfill my ambition? Yes, Indra-sama. Indra smiled. What if I asked you to die now? Was this what had happened to the woman who had built Uzushio? She looked too much like Karen. And? Surrender. Indra demanded again, sounding bored. No. Naruto roared. How many times? Even moments after the pain stopped, Naruto felt as though he were still in the throes of it. It is a mercy I'm offering you. Indra waited. Naruto chuckled painfully, dragging himself back to his knees. I know of your mercy. I will kill the man named Nagato in your stead. You are unable to do so. No thanks. I will let your friends live if you do so, you have my promise. Indra continued, unimpeded. I refuse. Naruto said. You will die, anyway, without the nine tails. He didn't know how much time he had left, at this point. Indra shook his head. This is false. We will live forever. You will live, while I rot in some corner of your mind. Though it did raise a few questions. How had he planned to do so? There was a way, then. Refuse and you will lose your mind anyway. There won't be a you to speak of. So it shall be. Naruto gritted out. No matter what, I'm leaving here. If it takes trapping myself forever, I will do it. If it takes becoming as mad as Uchiha Madara, then so it shall be. Indra shook his head. He looked at him with something like pity. It is too late for this. You should have done so earlier, before coming here. But you and I both know you were not ready to sacrifice yourself in this way when you still could. We are the same, after all. We are not. Indra smiled. Is there anything I can do? Naruto racked his mind, looking for an answer. Looking for a way out. Think. Chapter 127, Soul/Uzumaki Naruto. What is Uzumaki Naruto? Someone that has had his mind toyed with, by forces that he had no hopes of understanding, for years. Somebody that has tried, again and again, to shoulder too much weight. Stuck between humanity and something more. Something that won't accept dying like this. The soul does not lie. This might sound familiar, and not only if you have grown up in the Yamanaka clan. But if you did, well, that is a lesson that is more or less hammered into your head from the moment you are old enough to connect with another's mind. Because the mind, not the eyes, well, no, that depends, considering how many strange dojutsu there are floating around, is the window to the soul. Now, maybe you know about this already. But for me, it raised a few important questions. What made it so that a soul could not lie? And to whom? Itself? What made a soul, a soul? The memories it held? Was a soul divisible? Could you tear a piece of it and leave it behind? For a time, I thought the latter was what had happened to Naruto's ancestor. Well, what he had done, technically. It was not what he did. What he did was leave an anchor behind, for his soul to come back whole. Well, several of them. Yamanaka Ino's journal, the one that was not stolen by Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto racked his mind, looking for an answer. Think. Everything he knew about the yin-induced madness. Everything he knew about the reincarnations who had accepted Indra. Everything he knew about the man who couldn't lie to him directly. For a reason Naruto could not understand fully, Indra could not tell him something that was entirely untrue, just like Shachi. There had to be something. Naruto dug into his memories. In the end, you will be consumed. Just like the others. My power is your power. Your power is my power. Several of them, too? That is a good sign. Well, not for you. But you are strong enough to carry Indra's will, then. It won't be a fight. Before he became a shinobi, Naruto used to be an overly worried child, prone to overthinking. The worry was more justified now, but the latter part had never changed too much. I think I understand part of it now. Naruto began. He needed more time, and hoped that would be enough to get him talking. That I can't live without you. Indeed. Indra smiled. It felt as though he saw right through Naruto. But. That goes both ways. You need me to surrender, don't you? Naruto finally asked. Not exactly, but it might make things more pleasant for you. Indra shrugged. It really seemed not to matter to him. But he was also good at hiding his emotions, Naruto knew. Still worth a try. Naruto scoffed. But why would you even care? Because I'm you. No answer came. Because Indra was taking a closer look at him, scrutinizing him. Something had changed into his eyes. Now. He muttered. What have you done to our soul? There was a bit of disbelief in his tone. Naruto filed it away. What do you mean? These carvings of yours. I never could see them clearly enough, before. Indra grasped his hand and pulled his arm closer. Yes, now that I can really see them. Indra shook his head. You didn't do this to yourself alone, did you? He asked with something that sounded truly curious in his tone. Why do you ask? Indra scoffed. The Uzumaki, this clan of reckless fools, have been trying to reach spirits and gods for almost as long as they have been alive. Offerings, sacrifices, prayers. Some in bad taste, of course. But this. They're not the usual sort, I take it? Naruto asked, with the faintest trace of amusement. Far from it. Indra said quietly. No Uzumaki was foolish enough to do as many offerings, because that's what they are first of all. And that's telling enough, considering we're talking about Uzumaki. Reckless is an understatement, when it comes to them. Worse than Ajura himself had ever been. Especially with the touch of the divine from the Nine Tails, right? Naruto muttered. He had heard this from Ryujin already. I felt kinda pressed for time. Naruto grunted. I'm alive, anyway. And you shouldn't be? Indra shook his head. What do you think happens when divine meets divine in this way? I get a fancy tattoo out of it? Were you afraid that I fried too much of my soul for you to take over? Naruto almost laughed. Indra's eyes tightened. He didn't seem too happy about it. Which meant it would make his possession attempt more complicated, likely. Why? All the same, he didn't seem too worried either. I see it, now. Indra said quietly, looking at both the carvings and seals. Who helped you with these? Does it matter? Naruto lifted an eyebrow. It does. Indra said flatly. Why? No answer came. Afraid of telling me? Naruto knew exactly how to get him to talk. Because deep down, he knew they were, because he knew the man. Not so confident in the fact you are going to take over me anymore. Indra glared at him balefully. Naruto felt his stomach knot again, in memory of the pain he had just gotten out of. It could just as easily resume. No, this won't stop me, now that I know about it. He muttered. But it could have. And whoever helped you make this is obviously aware of how reincarnation works. Naruto felt like laughing. This was definitely the sort of meddling Orochimaru was known for. And he understood that it raised many other questions. Did this mean that Orochimaru had found the secret to immortality, in the end? If Naruto lived long enough, would he someday meet some child with the same eyes as his late teacher? Something twisted in his gut. Would he remember? Probably not. A chuckle escaped Naruto. Maybe he was aware, yes. He said. It was always hard to tell, with him. You still don't understand what this means, do you? Indra asked. You made a pact with things widely thought of as gods. But they're not gods, that's just the word used in the modern world. Entities, beings, concepts beyond the physical world. Indra observed him, seeing through him more than anybody should have any right to. And that means something else slipped in, changing you a little. You drew on their power until your own changed in consequence. Doesn't seem like such a bad deal to me. Naruto grunted, trying to process what it could mean. Do you still have any affinity left for elements that are not wind or lightning? Naruto chuckled lowly. Ah, there it was. I don't, no. I guess there won't be any of your fancy fire techniques, if you manage, then. HMPF. We shall see. Indra smiled. Do you see things that are not supposed to be there? Naruto thought of the several times he had. Creatures, beings that seemed to have slipped in between rifts. Things that didn't belong here. And he had thought he was just losing it. I asked you a question. Indra repeated, his voice even. Have you peered through the cracks? Sometimes, yes. Naruto admitted. If there ever was someone who could tell him more about it. Of course you would. He hissed. And what you have seen would have been some of the lesser beings. The stronger ones, the ones that came to be known as gods. They lie someplace else, where no human eyes can see, no matter how many, but then again, if you already see that much. He paused. That person, who I assume to be this Orochimaru. That person tried to elevate you to something a bit more than human. What do you mean? The carvings are supposed to be an offering to the deities, entities, or what it is that people call them now. This part he understood. Indra continued. But these. They were designed differently. He planned specifically to use the Nine-Tails chakra to do that. What happened is no accident. The Nine-Tails is chakra, used as an offering. Blame Orochimaru. As always. The Nine-Tails chakra has interfered in ways we didn't expect, I assume. That was what Orochimaru had said? No fucking wonder. He had expected it, in the end. Helping him hopefully while screwing with him, leaving him in the dark entirely. As always. Naruto hesitated. What does it mean? The Nine-Tails, as the biggest part of a creature beyond your comprehension, is as close as it gets to divine, in the physical realm. With more time, your body and mind would have become more. Something able to withstand the strength of my imprint, and take it in. Indra stared in disbelief. All of the accumulated chakra would have been siphoned by you. It would have changed our very soul. Naruto stayed silent. He tried to make you strong enough to take me in, instead of the opposite. Indra grunted. Orochimaru tried to save him, then. But that had been so early on. Before they even built something that resembled a relationship. And there had been some curiosity, some experimentation there, for sure. Some desire to go beyond what Orochimaru already knew was possible. But that wasn't it. So just on the basis of a promise he had made to a child. I will ask for your guidance and training. I need strength, the kind I won't be able to reach on my own. Make me your apprentice. A promise to make him strong enough to survive the world. He had done this. Naruto felt something prick his eyes. And his resolve redoubled. Or maybe it just came back to him. Indra continued. And there was a trap overlaid in the initial designs. No, not a trap packed with these beings. It I hadn't noticed. Indra muttered, shaking his head. If I had just tried to possess you, I would have no, worse than death. The night would have had me, likely. Indra breathed out. I underestimated people's craftiness. There are people to be wary of, even now. There are. Naruto muttered, blinking something that felt a bit too much like budding tears away. Indra stared at him again. No matter. I will still take over you, even though the method will have to be different, then. Something about it made Naruto pause. Think. Indra still wanted to, despite the lack of Sharingan and the runes pulling at his soul meant. Why? And why had he picked him in the first place? Was it only an accident? Naruto understood more. You don't want to take over me? Naruto realized. If he could have chosen anyone, as he let him believe, why didn't he pick someone closer to his own line? Sasuke would have been much more suited for the role. Naruto continued. You have to. And you can't do that unless you break me, one way or another. Until I give up. His own surrender would only be part of something bigger. There is a reason you were never able to come back to life fully before, isn't there? Yes. Indra said. Their bodies were too weak to withstand the strength of my yin chakra. And thus, the possession was imperfect. That is a lie. It is not. Indra said curtly. It is something I intend to fix once I return, for the next few times, if it comes to that. It won't be too difficult. If it's not a lie, then it is a half-truth. No answer from Indra. Why did you choose now to try to take over me? Was it because I really was losing my mind, or because you were afraid that once I corrected the yin imbalance, you would have more trouble? Indra smiled lightly. So there is a glimmer of intelligence within you. Naruto ignored the barb. Madara was more than strong enough to withstand your essence, wasn't he? Naruto asked. And if not, what about when he took Senju Hashirama's chakra as his own? He would have been strong enough before he completely lost his mind, yes. Indra confirmed. But he didn't surrender his mind. He never did. Naruto growled. That much is true. And you have seen the result already. Ajura's chakra or not. Indra said placidly. He was driven entirely mad. He had all of the power he needed to accomplish what he wanted, but in his madness, he focused all of his efforts on the one thing he could not do. That might well be true. Naruto started. But you still couldn't take him. Indra laughed. Yes. It was true in his case. But it is too late for you. The merging has already started. Merging. That was not the way Indra had wanted to do things, initially. It was no possession. Orochimaru hadn't planned this far. But he had left him an opening. Think. I would have found another solution anyway. Losing my mind was never an option. Naruto said. There was an avenue he had not considered before. Would you have? Indra smiled softly. What if there was none? I would have found something. Naruto scoffed. What is the point of being alive if my brain is rotting? If you realize this, you know what to do. Say the words, and your suffering will end. I will offer you relief. The same way you did to some of them. This half-possession? Why would I want this? Naruto spat. It will be different for you. Indra said. And it is the only way your suffering will end. True relief. As Indra said the words, Naruto could still feel echoes of the pain the man had made him endure. His brain sent a pulse of agony, as a reminder. Every part of him wanted to distance himself from his ancestor. The same questions went through Naruto's mind again, even as he realized the only way he could live. Had he not tried hard enough already? Had he not become as hard as any shinobi was supposed to become? Had he not caused enough pain on his own? Would he have to give up everything, without even being given the guarantee of surviving? He would fail other people. He couldn't say who yet, but failure was the only certainty the future held for him. And now, he was supposed to bear the sins of others, on top of it? It was unfair, it was unjust. Had he been born as anybody else, everything would have been so much easier and maybe there was nothing about life that guaranteed fairness. He had drawn some cards, randomly, and that was all there was to it. Some good, some bad. And maybe the good was worth all the bad. Naruto stood up. What if I don't want that? What? Indra asked, now truly surprised. I don't want it to end. Then you will be driven insane, like Madara was. Madara rejected the memories. Silence. He did. Indra finally said. I won't. Naruto grunted. Indra lifted an eyebrow. Foolish words. He said softly. These memories are nothing but a burden, not meant for any human. You stand to gain nothing but pain. I will take on the memories. Besides. Naruto pointed at his temples, where the two Umwakane runes were carved. You said I was slowly becoming something more, didn't you? I might be the only person alive who can endure such a thing. Naruto's chakra seemed to return to him, warm, bright, and comforting. You don't have the strength of will to do it. Unlike me. Aren't you the one who thinks it's all meaningless? The man asked, his voice starting to rise slowly. The one who wants it all to stop? This endless recursion? Everything you accomplish will fade away to nothing. And I will come back, again and again. Maybe it is so. Naruto whispered. The light returned to his eyes, and he felt more real, for lack of a better word. Foolish, little Uzumaki. Indra shook his head, but there was a glimmer of interest into his eyes. There's nowhere for you to run. Then I guess you and I are trapped here. Forever. Naruto gritted out. I will stay here if I have to. Until you give up. I will take on the pain. More memories started to come back to Naruto. In more horrific details than he wished on anyone. Indra had not exaggerated. Smoke, madness, agony. What was once beautiful, broken by his hand. Corpses, that had once been people he loved, made by his own hand. Men. Women. Children. Again and again. The betrayal in their eyes, the incomprehension. Why? I did everything. She was our daughter. Father, no. Please. I love you. I shall haunt. Peace. You call tea. Naruto almost threw up. Indra looked at him, pity shining clear in his gaze. I would be more careful with what you're saying. Our memories are merging, already. You do not want the rest of what comes with it. Indra warned. The murders. The people we killed. The pain, accumulated over hundreds of years, will be back for you. Here, Naruto was alone. It hurt to think. Trembling, Naruto took a long breath. It has been coming for a while already. Naruto answered, steel in his eyes. What was a bit more pain, at this point? I will take it. Indra frowned. And their memories as well. Umwakane, the mind-enhancing carving, had made sure he would not forget. And the fact that he was not a true descendant of Indra probably didn't help. Was he originally supposed to see as much as he had seen? Was he supposed to remember? Probably not. The others had likely enjoyed a different brand of madness. Then you know exactly what that means for you. You will soon become nothing more than one of them. Raijin, Asuka, Shigeo, Tadashi, Ishikari, Asahi, Osamu, Hajime, Goro, Dai, Madara. Naruto whispered. And more of them. Would he become one of them? A memory? Maybe it was the truth. If he played by Indra's rules. Gods. Why him? Naruto's chakra burned quietly. It wasn't supposed to be his cross to bear. These were sins he wouldn't wish on anyone. His hands had been stained before he had even been born. And he could not escape it. If he wanted to, he could stop it all, end his life here and there. And then someone else would. The more he looked into the others' memories, the more he realized they weren't others. Only if I see myself as separate. Naruto finally said in answer. Indra scoffed. But there was something guarded in his eyes, now. And how could you not? Are you going to bear the weight of their actions? Among all of them, I am not the worst. Far from it. That is true. Except for one part. Naruto said. Please. Enlighten me. Indra said dryly. That's the part where you see yourself as separate, of course. Naruto smiled a true smile. I know the truth. And that means that you know it, too. I told you to be careful with your words, didn't I? Indra asked quietly. The pressure didn't increase. And why is that? Naruto asked. None of their minds could take the strain of just my presence. And you mean to take on all of them? What makes you think you're so different? Naruto thought about it. Maybe I am not. He admitted, and meant this in two different ways. Now, you see. Indra started to smile again. Then again, I am you. Naruto finally said. His words echoed in both of their voices. Indra stiffened. The pressure abated completely. They tried to fight it, didn't they? Your presence. The other's presence. Naruto continued. That's why they failed. And why would they not? Indra chuckled darkly. Who would want to live with the weight of other people's sins bearing down on their souls? No man is meant for that. And no man deserves to be born guilty. He finished, with an unreadable emotion in his voice. In a just world, maybe this was true. They're not other people. Not in the usual way. You know it too, better than anyone. You're just trying to lead me away from the answer. And that is why you would have preferred to simply possess me. Break me until I caved in. Because this merging. This goes both ways. Your only solution now is to bend my will to yours. And this just won't happen. Naruto breathed, and only now did he realize how warm he felt. He continued. But it's all the same. My will, your will. I know it now. The only thing that would have changed was whose consciousness remained at the helm. Indra didn't answer. That is why you always said I was you. More silence. Because it was the truth, and you could not deny it. And so were the others. All of them. We are the same. He probably would not have realized it, without Orochimaru's meddling. Or maybe he would have, in time, because he definitely was not going to submit. No matter what the answer to that particular question was, he would take his sensei's last gift. And he would not squander it. This is not something you want to do, Uzumaki Naruto. Indra warned. You didn't lie to me, then. Naruto half accepted. But you sure as hell tried to make me believe there were only 2 cards in the deck. This will drive you just as mad as holding on to your identity as a separate thing. Indra roared. Surrender and I will free you from this. You don't know this. I don't know this. And he had fought it, too. With all of his effort. Trying to convince himself he was not them. Either of them. But what he had been fighting was not Madara. It was not Indra, either. He had been fighting himself. He had been fighting true acceptance. The way Raijin had done, losing himself behind a godly ideal, trying to forget his guilt. No, the way he had done before. He was both. The way Asuka had done, killing his father in the hopes of attaining ultimate power. No, the way he had done before. He was both. The way Ishikari had done, hiding her true self from the world out of fear of rejection. No, the way he had done before. He was both. The way Asahi had done, trying to convince himself he was someone else when he had killed his wife in a fit of rage. No, the way he had done before. He was both. The way Madara had done and lost himself in rage and pain, losing sight of both who he was, and who he had been. No, the way he had done before. He was both. The way Naruto had done and tried to separate himself from those he saw as tyrants and monsters, afraid that he was just one more of them. No, the way he had done before. He was both. The way Indra himself had done and tried to separate himself from the actions he saw as those of a monster. Naruto could remember it. The smell of the air, thick with blood. His hands, coated in it. The pain he had felt, his heart, mind and soul shattering in thousands of pieces. His wife, Yasuo, lying broken, something he knew he could not put back together. Yozen, close by, her hair still bright red, looking as horrified as he was. Clarity returning to him slowly. His eyes, bleeding. Father could have done something, if only I had been. The true beginning of his quest for power. The weight of the horrific mistakes he had made. The people he had then killed to attain greater strength. Over and over again. Fathers. Mothers. Brothers. Sisters. Lovers. Friends. Why did he have to live again? Besides Indra, he was alone here. There was no bond to keep him centered. Everything hurt. His body, his mind. His heart. There was nothing to say, but one thing. With a raspy but steady voice, Naruto spoke. I did it. Indra glared at him. What? Everything I thought you did. I did. Your actions are mine. Naruto breathed in. Yasuo's death, that's on me. Not Yozen, not Shachi. Words Indra him, really could never bring himself to say. Naruto. This was the first time he called himself by his given name. Kaoru. Arasuo. Ichiro. Naruto's voice broke. Juro, Sora, Terako. These are the deaths you and I regret most, besides Yasuo and. Don't you dare. Ajura. Naruto roared. Indra stepped back, as though he were wounded. And it doesn't stop here. Naruto began listing the names that came to him, unbidden. Along with memories, each of them more horrific than the one before it. Every action I thought Madara undertook. That was me, too. Naruto walked toward Indra, until he was standing right in front of him. Raijin, Asuka, Shigeo, Tadashi, Ishikari, Asahi, Osamu, Hajime, Goro, Dai. You fool, that is. I killed thousands of people, over the ages. Men, women, children. That wasn't you. Indra, Raijin, Asuka, Shigeo, Tadashi, Ishikari, Asahi, Osamu, Hajime, Goro, Dai, Madara. Different names, and a different gender, once. It was me. Naruto shook his head. I have killed the women I loved, multiple times over. I have killed brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, friends, innocents. It wasn't you, Indra roared, finally losing control of his temper. You can't take what is mine away from me. Naruto roared as well, his voice imperious. He stepped toward Indra, who frowned. There was no pressure, not anymore. It is not yours. Indra repeated. Oh, but it is. Naruto shook his head. I still can't say with certainty if we are the same person, in the way most see it. Memories are supposed to make the person. But if I were in your place, and you in mine, I believe we would have made the same choices. And now, I have part of your memories. I will bear the weight of all of them. Not just yours. Indra's chakra turned the air hot and stifling. Naruto finished. What I do know for sure is that. Do not go there. Indra warned. We share the same soul. We are one. Naruto's eyes met Indra's. A sword flashed into the man's hand. He raised it above his head, ready to strike Naruto down. He didn't move, keeping his eyes firmly on Indra's. Can you really kill yourself? Naruto smiled. You? I'll do it for you, then, father. Indra decided. His father looked at him with a strange expression. Indra. This is not something to say lightly. He chided gently. I'm not saying this lightly. Indra folded his arms. He was old enough to know better. Then, are you? Yes. Indra nodded resolutely. If there is such a thing as peace, I will find it. Azura will help me, of course, the little idiot. Indra grinned. Indra's arm didn't fall down. I will take the blame for what I have done. Just like you intended to do, but never could. And you can't take this away from me. Naruto repeated. We are the same soul. Indra's arm shook. If you truly believe you can do better than I can. Naruto began. Say the words. Admit responsibility for the deaths you could never accept. The one thing Indra could never bring himself to do. And it was not only him, either. Indra's eyes met Naruto's. Something strange passed through them. Indra scoffed. Out of all of them, you truly are the biggest fool. Naruto smiled. Maybe I am. Is this your final answer? Yes. You can't have my pain. I will bear it. The sword was lowered. Naruto felt more and more there. Indra's body, on the other hand, started to fade away. There was nothing else he could do. The same way he would have taken over now, so could Naruto. Do you really believe this is a second chance? Indra asked, shaking his head in consternation. You are mistaken. Naruto smiled. It is closer to a 20th, at this point. But I am pretty thick-headed, Ino says. Do you think I will stop? Indra spat. No. I know you can't. Naruto acknowledged. I will come back. Indra warned. In the next life. Naruto chuckled. And so will I, then. I think we'll be just fine. But he would find to break this pointless cycle, anyway. Why do you fight? Indra finally asked. Because someone has to do something about the state of the world. Their chakra began to entwine. This was Indra's answer, too. Buried under layers of perdition and generations of hatred. Lightning. Wind. Storm. Fire. I could have taken it all away. Your pain, Naruto. It is not more your burden to carry than it is mine. I'll settle the conflict with Azura, too. It is more than time. Indra gave him a long look. One that didn't look entirely disapproving. His body disappeared entirely. They became one. As they always should have been. In the physical world, Naruto's body fell over the ledge. No more running away. His chakra and the nine tails finished healing him as he fell. Naruto finally understood the truth. And he felt ready to live, no matter how long or short it was going to be. The realization swept over him like a wave. He wanted to laugh. He had thought one of them would die. He had imagined himself facing the first son of the first son and settling things by the sword. The answer was so simple. He had lived and died before. What did it matter? Naruto had another chance at life. Who else could say the same? He could do things right, this time. No, he would do things right, this time. Madara's voice, that had sometimes appeared, and that he had not identified as such before, faded away. Indra's voice faded away. Why would he continue to talk to himself, after all? They were the same. For good and for bad. Yujito had told him, what felt so long ago. He hadn't wanted to accept it, then. They were one. His chakra poured out of him. Lightning and wind. Storm. Fire, although much weaker. He felt liquid gold pour through him and knew he was changing. No, not changing. It felt as though he had been asleep, before. Naruto awakened. His chakra rose to the skies, blinding purple. It pierced the clouds. Chapter 128, Out of the Shadows. What is Uzumaki Naruto? Someone that has had his mind toyed with by forces that he had no hopes of understanding for hundreds of years. Someone that has made peace with that. Somebody that has had to shoulder too much weight, again and again. Somebody who will do so again. Something a bit more than human, and something that won't accept a false god. Ever dear Tsugami. I was delighted to receive your affectionate letter and to know that I was not quite forgotten. I should have answered it more speedily, other matters called to me. At the time your letter reached my home, I was away, and when I returned, I fell sick, so that I could scarcely read it or do anything at all. I am happy to say that I am well now and still in Yugawa, our beautiful imperial city. Yours is the first letter which I have answered since I was sick. Surely you can forgive me this once. I suppose that your stay at the palace is near its close, if it has not already closed. You cannot imagine how much I look forward to seeing you again. Naotora and I have met the Savior and his sons, as Father wished us to. Their ninja truly is a marvel, and I have hopes that in it I might find a way to rid myself of my sickness. Perhaps it is a foolish hope. But enough with the said drivel. The eldest son is everything he is rumored to be, perhaps more. Perhaps a slight description of him might be interesting to my dear Tsugami. He is tall and rather slender, but strong, has a most witching pair of dark eyes, that look red under light, delicate complexion, never to have seen the sun's glare. Both sons are affectionate and lovely, certainly, but truly, Indra is mesmerizing, in a way I cannot fully understand. Forgive my glowing description, for you know I am always very wordy when fascinated. Yet, much as I am happy, it will be lonely and strange without my sister around. I suppose you know that she is to be married, not to return to Yugawa for the foreseeable future. It is indeed true, that she is to wed the youngest brother. In but a few months, she will be at Satsuki Naotora. Although do not tell father I wrote it to you. There are rumors that should she have two sons, one would bear our name, Uzumaki, and the other would carry on their name, Atsutsuki. Perhaps something else even. Only Amaterasu may tell what the future holds. Are you not astonished? She is to be married the first of next spring, with the Savior's blessing. She seems to be very happy and I hope she will realize all her fond hopes. I am glad Naotora is going to have a home of her own and a kind companion to take life's journey with her. All the same, I am sad that she is to live so far from us. It is going to be a long journey, to travel to see her, all three of us. She will show us many delights when we see her again, I am sure, and you shall meet this Indra I wrote about, too. Do you ever hear from Natsuko and Ri? I have heard nothing from either of them in a long time. I sent them an invitation the other day. If they are so busy, maybe I will visit them, instead. And so shall I visit you, as well. Do write me soon, or better yet, meet me in 2 nights, I will help you find your way out of the palace. Ever your friend. Yoizan. Uzumaki Yoizan, letter to Uzumaki Tsugami. 6 days before the end. The land of iron was an icy, snow-covered country located among 3 mountains called the Three Wolves. Unlike other countries of the world, its military was made up of samurai, instead of shinobi. Due to ideological differences between shinobi and samurai, as well as the fact that the land of iron's samurai were strong enough to make the country a hard place to conquer, there was an agreement among the shinobi countries not to interfere with the land of iron. But what it was really known for was that it was frequently used as an Ural meeting place for diplomatic discussions, such as the 5-Cage Summit. I am Mifune, and I shall preside over these proceedings. Let the 5-Cage Summit commence. The tension in the air was thick enough to be cut through with a knife. Only the bodyguards were allowed to bring weapons in here, officially. It didn't prevent any of the cage from coming prepared, of course, and not all of them relied on traditional means. So, Terumime began, cheekily. All of us in one place. It's been 10 minutes already, and nobody is trying to kill anybody. As far as I'm concerned, this is off to a great start. She was mostly unknown to Shikaku. She had become Mizukage very recently, even more so than he himself had become Hokage-elect. If her relative inexperience bothered her, her amused smile didn't show it. But then again, aside from Onaki, all of them had become Kage in the last few months. It was a strange time period, even for a war. The world was changing, but it was hard for Shikaku to tell in which direction the windmill was turning. Do the youth always speak so impulsively? Onaki grunted with a hard expression. He looked old, and angry too. It is the privilege of the youth to do away with outdated concepts such as the ones your reign boasts, Tsuchikage. Yujito said easily. She had taken the hat very shortly before Terumime herself had. And Shikaku knew where both of their loyalties lay. At the same time, Yujito was not unknown to him. There were only 3 Jinhyuriki left, but even if this hadn't been the case, she had been one of the strongest. That she dared to come here herself was a message in itself. One that IWA, as the village who had lost the latest Jin hierarchy to date, didn't really appreciate. Should I expect more than bluster from you now, Rakage? Onaki growled. You were nothing more than a lapdog for a foolish man, months ago, and now you. Times change. Mei interrupted, a bland smile on her lips. Do they really? The Kaze Cage, 100 Hands Chigusa showed a brief, sardonic smile. Last that I've heard, both Kiri and Kumo answer to Uzumaki Naruto in all but name. We are allies. Yujito threw her a dark look, unwilling to elaborate. We do know this much. Narashikaku said dryly. It had been the reason the Konoha-Kumo alliance broke entirely. UMI's shinobi claimed the murder of their previous Hokage. No alliance could be held with people who allied with the culprits. Konoha could not afford to look this weak, with so many vultures flying low. Yujito simply nodded at him. There was no apology to be found in the motion. I am sure Uzumaki Naruto values your opinions. Chigusa said, as falsely as she could make it. Well. Shikaku continued. Are we here to discuss, or to throw barbed insults at each other? Chigusa gave a displeased start at being called out so directly, and Onaki grumbled something under his beard. Certainly. Let's get right to it. Is he really that strong? Chigusa asked, looking tense. This Nagato. Could he really do what he says he intends to do? I think. Yujito began. Her eyes were dark, but not necessarily because of what the woman had said. That what happened to Kumo should be proof enough. It means one thing, only. He is strong, sure, but is he truly the sage reborn? The Kaze Cage asked, with a fair amount of skepticism. He claims to be a god, as well. Which is obviously a fabrication. But his eyes haven't been seen since. Bah. Onaki snorted. Any man is mortal. We just haven't found the right way to kill him yet. And how exactly are you supposed to attack a fortress in the sky? Chigusa asked, as dry as the deserts she came from. We didn't have any sort of trouble moving, Onaki retorted. True enough. Getting there was no trouble. Mei smiled genially. A shame your demolition troops never came back. Onaki gritted his teeth. Enough of that. Shikaku sighed. He hated the job. The only solution to deal with our problem is to form an alliance. Onaki shook his head. IWA won't ally with Konoha, and the fight shall resume once this blows over. But we may join troops for the time being, as long as it is under my leadership. Your leadership? Shikaku lifted an eyebrow. I don't believe you are unbiased enough to do that. Who knows what might happen to our best shinobi, once we're done with Nagato. And you are. Onaki grinned darkly. How many IWA ninja did you and your trio kill during the last war? Many. But I can put my own feelings about IWA aside. Shikaku said dryly. We refuse to ally with Konoha, too. Chigusa said, her arms folded. But a ceasefire is necessary. Suna shall lead the strike force. Bah. Onaki snorted. And what sort of experience does Suna have with aerial warfare? More than you would expect, I assume. Instead of arguing which of you holds the deepest grudge, shall we maybe work on saving our villages? Yujito asked, something hot in her eyes. Easy for you to say, when all you have is a ruin. Onaki spat. Yujito's face contorted, and the air became a bit drier. Terumi Mei tried to catch her eye, but to no avail. We won't ally with Kumo either, past this. Shikaku let out. But it is unimportant, what we need to focus on. Footsteps echoed, coming from the hallway. The Tsuchikage frowned. Are we waiting for someone else? We are not. Mifune said tightly. My men should have taken care of this. Mifune stood up. Then he froze. Oh, no. Yujito muttered, putting her face in her hands. Mei lifted an eyebrow at her. The door opened and 6 people walked in. It was like opening the door to an oven, hot air rushing in and making your eyes blur. Except it wasn't heat, but sheer pressure. Mifune tried to draw his sword. Something prevented him from doing so. Shocked, he let them pass. Is this all that the samurai have to offer? Shikaka wondered. Your prayers, answered. The only man of the group called out sarcastically. Shikaka's knuckles tightened. He knew most of them. One of the women, in particular, gave him a long look. Then she steeled herself. Guarded by 5 women, one man stood in the middle of the room, facing the cage. Yujito watched on. He didn't feel like a man, though. Eyes that looked much older than the rest of him, now. He stood tall, and power was exuding from his every pore. Hairs bristled on Yujito's arms. He didn't seem to be intent on attacking, which was probably the only reason beside wariness nobody tried anything. Waltzing into enemy territory like this? Chigusa asked, grinning darkly. You've got guts, if not brains. Enemies. He blinked. And here I thought this was neutral ground. I just came to talk with you. Shikaka squinted his eyes. Greetings. You might have heard of me. The man facing them grinned. I grew up as a Sarutobi, of course. I've been called a few other names, as well. He marched on, grim determination obvious on his face. However, my name, this time around, is Uzumaki Naruto. Leader of Omegakure. We have much to do, in order to stop Nagato, and bring forth a lasting peace afterward. Silence fell and tension rose. He continued. Now, I know some of you have other intentions. He shrugged. If you decide to stand in our way, no matter who you are, nation, village, or individual, we will move you aside. Will someone stop this foolishness? Oniki finally exploded. According to rumor, Umi was responsible for killing his granddaughter, Yujito knew. His 2 guards jumped from the shadows. One of them looked particularly angry. The Kaze Cage and the Hokage soldiers appeared, too. At the same time, samurai filed into the room. The 5 women moved into defensive positions around him. Never in front of him, Yujito noticed. They protected his back. Are you going to attack us? Naruto asked curiously. And why shouldn't we? Chigusa asked, the threat in her voice obvious. You are an intruder, and an enemy. This is the summit. You are no cage. Narashikaku simply said, keeping his tone measured. His true feelings were clear. It would have been wiser for you not to come. I am no cage, it's true. Naruto replied. But then again, I don't mean to stand with the cage. He let the silence hang in the air for a while. Tension rose. Steadily. No, far from it. Naruto laughed, and he pointed to the ceiling. I am going to place myself above the cage. Preposterous. Shikaka shook his head. Next to him, Akimichi Choza and a Yamanaka woman Yujito didn't know prepared to attack. A cube glowed in between Oniki's hands, and Chigusa's hands flashed, black threads following. A shadow stretched, quick as lightning. They all moved at the same time. Uzumaki Naruto raised his right hand, almost lazily. Bow. The command came simply. The next instant, all of the people who had been ready to attack found their heads forced down. Their jutsu blew away like candles in the wind. What is this? Oniki roared, trying to lift his head from the desk it had been pressed against. They were held like this for a long, tense while. Yujito watched, her lips pinched, and Mei looked as though she was holding back a chuckle. Uzumaki Naruto released them. The pressure in the air didn't abate completely. He was obviously ready to do it again. Harder, if necessary. I always found a practical demonstration to be more efficient. He said softly. You know exactly what this means, don't you? And now that we are all clear on where we stand. Naruto grinned. You may call me Shogun. I've come to unify the land and its people. Namikaze. You arrogance knows no bounds. Oniki raged. We never will, someone began. Uzumaki Naruto lifted his head up. The pressure abated. Silence stretched. Oh, no. Yujito muttered again. Mei looked mostly amused. She likely had been warned already. Or she didn't care. Yujito could smell the fear in the room, as well as feel the resigned acceptance. Apparently, they knew how things were going to go already. Yujito thought she heard someone weep, almost silently. One more of them. Shall we talk, then? Uzumaki Naruto asked, spreading his arms. His irises and only his irises were a concentric set of spirals. They gleamed purple, and an otherworldly light came from them. Chapter 129, Through the Shadows. Earlier on. 7 days before the end. UMI. Yamanaka Ino floated in nothingness. She extended her awareness. She could feel the threads of most of UMI's people stretch out into the night. Dreamweaving was something she considered herself to be pretty average at, but it was one avenue she really hadn't explored enough. So she practiced sensing them. And considering what the stakes were, and what could happen if they let Naruto go unchecked, she wasn't willing to let anything escape her. Toru's death had been a painful lesson. The visions always changed, turning, and twisting. Dreams were such a confusing thing, and it was sometimes like trying to catch swirling smoke. Then she came awake abruptly. Someone was at the door. Ino rose, grabbing her cloak to cover herself in a swift movement. There was no need to wake Karen up, she assumed. Ino went down. Sorry for waking you up. Tanabe Maya whispered. I wasn't sleeping. Ino almost smiled. What happened? He's back. Naruto? Ino asked, wishing she didn't feel some trepidation. Yes. Sakura seemed to have some sort of preternatural instinct for when shit was brewing, because she caught on to Ino immediately. She landed into the sand with a smooth flip. Why do you think he didn't come here right away? She asked. I don't think I'm able to understand how he thinks, recently. Ino muttered. Let's go and see. At least he's back. Sakura shrugged. We'll figure out the rest. Did you ask him to stay there, Mai? Ino asked. No. She began. He decided to do so himself. Ino stopped. Willingly? Or is it just that he can't pass the second layer of barriers? That would mean. That's not it. Mai shook her head. There was no ill intent toward UMI. He passed the first barrier after all, but he said he preferred it that way. Ino and Sakura exchanged a long look. Did he really lose it? Ever since Toru's death. It had been an exponential descent into madness. If they didn't find a way to do something about it soon. Maybe Nagato wouldn't be their only source of worry. How did he look to you? Ino asked. Well enough. But. Mai hesitated. You should see him yourself. Very cryptic. Sakura said blandly. Mai cringed. Was he angry? Detached, maybe uncaring? No. They entered the building that contained UMI's entrance gate. There were many people gathered here, more than usual. They were talking over each other. Loudly. Some seemed in awe, some were simply speechless. At the center of the room, almost glowing with power, stood Uzumaki Naruto. He embraced his full height now, looking almost imperious, without trying to do so. The bond almost snapped back into place once they got closer, with a rush of heat. His eyes found hers and Sakura's as soon as they entered. Hairs bristled on Ino's arms. The first thing was that the glint of madness, the one that had progressively become more and more noticeable, until it was impossible to ignore it, was entirely gone. The second thing was the Rinnegan. What? No wonder people were staring. A few were crying, even. Ino shook her head, bemused. They were taking this as something more godly than it probably was. This was just fucking Naruto. Hello, Ino, Sakura. Naruto smiled, and stepped through the crowd. Hi. Hey there. Sakura greeted. Shall we walk? He asked. Something about him seemed different. It was not just the lucidity that she was sure Sakura could also see in his eyes. He looked older, somehow. His face hadn't changed, but there was something hard to define in his eyes. Something that belonged to a man who had lived way longer than Naruto had. An old shinobi, maybe. Or older than that. The contrast of the youthful face and his eyes reminded him of that woman on the boat, months and months ago. Have you been well? Naruto asked them with a smile. Ino noticed that he wore a form-fitting, high-collared kimono over a black bodysuit. It was light-colored and held closed at the waist by a black sash. This mother while everybody went sick with worry. He took the time to make himself some fancy clothing. Sakura shrugged. Can't complain, things are going decent. Decent? Which part of it? Well. We worried about you. Ino said, voice rising. And dash. He smiled softly. And it's no wonder. That's all you have to say. What happened exactly? Where the hell have you been? It's been days since Karen and Hanabi. And what's up with the eyes? Sakura continued. I lost my mind. He said casually. And then I found it again. What about Indra? Naruto laughed. I am him. The women both froze. Chakra gathered in the air around them. No, sorry, that's terrible wording, considering. Naruto waved off. Not in this way. I am not possessed. I am still me. The trouble began when I tried to separate myself from me. We are the same person. Or the same soul, rather. What does that mean exactly? I've accepted who I am. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I was Indra, before. A long silence stretched. Is this what we can expect from now on? More mental instability in the future? More insanity? Sakura asked bluntly. Sakura. Ino hissed. Mental health was something she likely saw a bit differently. What? It's true. She shrugged. No offense meant. None taken. Naruto laughed. And no. The madness is over. There won't be any voices in my head, possession, or anything like that. It was closer to emerging, so maybe I'm going to change a bit over time, but it's an organic thing. I'm still processing the memories, there are lifetimes of them, but that's about it. Good. Good. Sakura nodded. Then she slapped him. Hard. Hey. Ino growled. What? That's for Karen and Hanabi. She retorted. Because they won't. It's well deserved, too. Naruto nodded somberly, his cheek red. That's why I didn't want to come there right away. I owe them more than an apology. More than words can convey. Would you really have attacked them? Naruto shook his head. I still don't fully know what was going through my mind at the time. Although I fear the worst. That was a probably. Well. If you say it's over. Sakura said dubiously. It is. He smiled painfully. I promise. I will do my best to check over you, later. Ino said. There would be nothing like Toru. Sure. How is it? The memories thing. Sakura asked. It's strange, honestly. I remember entire lives, more than a dozen of them. It becomes very clear when I focus. More than before. It's all part of me. And so is the man you call Indra. So you are. Both, yes. I am still me, but sane. And part of me is also Indra. That's the only way it could ever work. So. How did you get these eyes? Sakura asked again. Naruto winced. I did some pretty bad things. Not worse than I might have done in the past, but terrible nonetheless. I will have to find a few people, see what can be done still. What did you do? Ino asked, her dread singing. I guess there really is no good way of saying it. Naruto mused. Silence stretched. Naruto. I found Sasuke, stole his chakra. I crippled Shisui. I killed several Konoha shinobi, just because they were in the way, when they attacked me. Ino shot him a betrayed look. What happened to what you promised me? I'm sorry. Naruto bowed his head. I'm truly sorry. Only the people who deserve it. Ino spat. That's what you said? Naruto nodded grimly. I remember, yes. Are you going to claim madness for this? Wasn't it? Sakura interrupted herself when Ino glared at her. No. Naruto said. It's on me. I fucked up. It won't happen again. Ino growled. That's it. That's it. Naruto nodded. If you find you can't accept it, I would understand. She continued to glare at him. I waited until they attacked me, if it's any consolation. No. It's not, no. Ino growled. There's more. I killed other people, but this part, I honestly can't remember that much about. Just that they were the ones we planned on doing something about. And, did Karen tell you about the people under Nagato's thrall? Yes. Ino said tightly. This was the same. I acted too rashly, in a way I thought made sense, if removed from morals, ethics. For this, I am sorry. Maybe with enough time, I could have found a way to save them. He pointed at his eyes. If I had known, I wouldn't have done it. But what's done is done. Naruto stopped on the steps of their home, facing them. He didn't seem half as confident, right now, his face twisted in pain. He wasn't as uncaring as Ino had began to worry he was. Naruto knew her well, he knew what she thought. But the thing I regret the most. That's Karen. Hanabi. I almost attacked them. Ino could feel his shame, his regret, and his fear. A tear rolled down his face. Both Madara and Indra seemed to be of the belief that asking for forgiveness was a sign of weakness. Then again, Naruto had been wrong about so many things in his past lives. That was just one more of them. She and Sakura watched, without turning away. I'm sorry. For all this. He was interrupted. You'd better be, you asshole. Karen interrupted, from the upper floor. But the least you could do is tell us directly. Ino pretended she didn't see her wipe a tear of her own. Hanabi, up there with her, just watched on, solemnly. Karen dropped down. Your arm is healed. How? She blinked. It seemed. Ah. I just had to untangle the chakra with the Rinnegan, and then he began hesitantly. An awkward silence followed. Naruto looked at both of them, looking at a loss for words. Or like he was afraid of them. Karen grabbed him in a tight embrace. He was much taller, and he had to bend down, yet he clung to her. Hanabi stood close. You're so fucking, Karen sniffed. The three chakra met, like a gentle embrace, like hands joining. All of the feelings, the words, the things he wouldn't have been able to express through words came through. The others felt it as well. The madness that had been there, the fear, the sorrow, the regret, the horror, the shame. I did something unforgivable. I'm sorry. He said quietly. I'm so sorry, Karen. Hanabi. Karen interrupted. You stopped yourself, didn't you? That's the part that matters most to me. She smiled softly. No matter how many terrible things you've done, recently. Now, that might make me just as shitty as you. I'm sorry, Karen. I think I understand. It's all right. Well, I'm not quite this sappy, Hanabi said, coming closer, with the ghost of a smile on her lips. But she has a point. If even, when you were losing your mind, you still managed to not. Well, I guess I can forgive that. You fucked up. Now get up again. I'm sorry, Hanabi. I know, I see you. You couldn't have hurt me anyway, and I would have had to beat you up. I feel bad for Karen, really. That she almost had to see this. Naruto chuckled through his tears. There were more than a few bright eyes. Except, trying to kill someone is just the ninja way of saying hello, anyway. Sakura chuckled. The moment was broken and they groaned. Please, not now. The first few hours were awkward, full of averted glances. Considering the things he had done, and what he had almost done, Naruto considered this way too light of a punishment. But none of them would accept more excuses, so he waited. It was not any stranger than the sudden silence in his mind, after more than 10 years of feeling something in the background. The hours after that were awkward too, but slightly better. The cage will meet tomorrow, in the land of iron. Anko declared later. It seemed that with Orochimaru gone, she had taken it upon herself to steal his tea. Aren't half of them still at war? Naruto asked, frowning. Yes and no. It already took much too long for them to agree on that much. Still, things have changed a bit while you were. Anko began, not sure how to express it. Losing my mind. He nodded. I've gotten better, you can say it out loud. Okay. Anko looked at him dubiously. Well, if you're fine with it. Great. 'Cause you were crazy as balls, back there. Nobody even dared to say it. I know, Anko. Frankly, I thought you were about to kill one of us, at some point. Naruto sounded pained. No, Anko. She laughed. I thought it was going to be me, before. And that was before you really went off the deep end. She closed her fist, extended the index finger and circled it around her temple for several seconds. Not just loopy. More like, batshit insane. Thank you, Anko. He said dryly. Can we get back to the topic, now? Sure. So yeah, anyway. She seemed lost in thought. Oh, yeah. Well, the countries are still at war, officially, but I think they might take a little break to deal with Nagato's shit. Isn't this a good thing? Ino asked. It could be a first step toward peace. Naruto winced. Not really. I've seen this before. Anko frowned. Where? Memories. Visions, whatever. He waved it off. As soon as this is over and someone sees an opportunity to grab power, the peace will be over. Silence stretched. Well. Anko shrugged. You're the one with dead guys inside you. Phrasing. What do you suggest, Mr. Nine Lives? Naruto thought about it. We're going to the summit. Silence. Seriously? Sakura asked. Yes. He nodded. Sorry, Sakura, but I will need you to sneak in. Tonight, preferably. She rubbed her temple. Yeah. She breathed out. No big deal, right? I'll come, too. Anko offered. Naruto continued. To keep the nations at peace with each other, we're going to need to put something above them. The cage are likely always going to be warlike, no matter who we put in charge. The role seems to encourage it, as things are now, so we'll have to change that. And if we can reduce their wars to mere power grabs between each other, well, that should do, for the time being. How? I don't think asking for forgiveness is going to be enough at this point. Anko said dryly. Asking for forgiveness. Naruto lifted his eyebrows. I have no intention of doing that. There were only a few people he felt like apologizing to. The cage and their villages were none of them. What do we do, then? Hanabi asked. Well. Naruto smiled. That's pretty straightforward. We seize power. Care to explain in a bit more detail? Sakura asked dryly. Sure. Naruto nodded. The fact that the elemental nations have been in the grip of almost incessant wars for more than 1,000 of years is important. That much? Are you sure? Hanabi frowned. Naruto laughed. Well, I can't speak in too much detail about how it started exactly before I was. Indra was first born, but yeah. I know how things were when he was around. So. Soldiers, weapons, and even entire armies were commonplace and easy to procure. With ninjutsu becoming more and more widespread, courtesy of me. Well, things became even more violent. Sure sounds great. Anko deadpanned. It's pretty bad. But that offers a way for us to thread the needle. Usually that's done with a charismatic figure, or so. Now, quite frankly, I'm a pretty terrible messiah. Yeah. You are. Fucking terrible, even. I've seen worse. Pretty bad. Yes, thank you. Naruto nodded sagely. But what the world already knows is that our alliance is strong, and that we UMI specifically are ready to stir things up. The only thing that stands between us and rallying the world to our cause, is Nagato, really. Maybe this is a bit of an oversimplification. How about Desh Hanabi began? It is. But Nagato pretending to be a godlike figure, and having the strength to back it up, might be a boon in disguise. I have the same eyes, and that lends us some credence already. Now, if we manage to defeat him, well, I think you get the general idea. So, do we promise an end to the fighting, or do we remain in the shadows like bogeymen? Ino asked, still looking very doubtful about the entire thing. The former one. Naruto nodded. Since we are strong already, it shouldn't be too hard to rally the rest of the villages progressively. And once that alliance becomes strong enough, the others will have to join. There won't be much bloodshed, I will make sure of it. Sounds less insane than I thought. Anko finally said. Not by that much, though. Yeah. Otherwise, we can still go and kill the cage and other leaders over and over again, until they give up and accept lasting peace. I can't tell if you're serious or not. Anko said, looking at him squarely. Why would I even joke about this? Naruto asked, blinking. So, what can your legendary eyes do? Ino asked. He looked at her, and there was something imperious about his gaze. Naruto pondered his answer, undoubtedly wondering about the best way to explain his newfound godlike powers. Something that nations would pay any amount of money for. Something that was worth more than that. Ino was mesmerized. So these were the eyes that allowed men to rise. I have no fucking idea, besides the basics. Naruto admitted with a wince. I didn't go through everyone's memories yet, it takes a while. Ino growled. The rest of them sighed. Yeah. Sakura groaned. I'll be figuring out how to pull the wool on the 5 cage in the Land of Iron. Seems like less trouble. I'm coming. Anko stood up. I'm not even leaving yet, sit down. Sakura muttered. Well, we have 1 day to figure the basics out. Naruto scratched his head, vaguely embarrassed. Naruto dug into Uchiha Madara's memories. Apparently, he was the only one of Indra's line of successors to have successfully awakened it. Well, before Naruto, there were plenty of things to unpack, including his madness-induced plan to resurrect himself by having Nagato do the job. He was glad that the man didn't seem to have any inclination to do so, frankly. That seemed like a headache and a half. Not that he was sure it would even work, considering Naruto and he were one soul. And he might have been something of a dick as Madara, or Madara might have been a dick. Things were a bit confusing. But he wasn't looking forward to splitting himself in two. The memories that had once come unwanted now mostly blended with his own. There was still some confusion, of course. Naruto knew exactly which ones were the ones of this particular life, but as for the rest, he knew he had been born about 20 years ago in Konoha, but he also remembered being born in many other places. Sometimes he had to focus to tell where the memories were from exactly, when they were something he wasn't already aware of. But, hey there. Somebody called. Naruto snapped out of his trance. Yes. It was the 4 of them, the women he had bonded in Hanabi. It felt as though they didn't know how to act around him anymore. The initial wariness was slowly lifting already, though. Did you get some information about the Rinnegan? Sakura asked. She wagged her finger in the air. Bye. I don't know. Diving into your mind or some shit. Or some shit, yeah. Naruto smiled. I think I understand the basics of what it can do. Really? She asked, sitting down, looking excited. Tell us, then. Well. He started gravely. It gives me many things. Like. She hung onto his lips. Invisibility. Super strength. The ability to fly. Shape-shifting. Super speed even more than before, and I was very fast already. Telepathy. Mind control. Telekinesis. Teleportation. Chakra absorption. Time travel. Invulnerability. Incredible sexual prowess. Force fields. Immortality. Cosmic awareness. Charisma in spades. Silence. My god. Sakura breathed out. Really? No. Naruto laughed. You blonde motherfucker. Naruto cackled as she tried to wrap her arm around his neck to choke him. I thought you outgrew this shit. She raged. Never. Naruto laughed. Besides, half of this is true, to some degree. I don't believe anything that comes from your mouth. How old are you, by now, even? Hanabi asked, ignoring the pink menace wrapped around his neck. Just like he did. Huh. Good question. Naruto seemed to think about it. He had never really thought about it. The life expectancy for most shinobi used to be even lower than now, according to his memories. And Indra's descendants lived even shorter lives, often. He could remember 19 distinct lives, and he was sure that if he focused enough, he could tell how many added years that was. Let's say in between 4 to 5 centuries in total. He shrugged. Ew. Creepy. Hanabi shuddered. What? He blinked. That makes you a dirty old man. Naruto frowned. Those are memories. I am still me. Geezer. Ino supplied. It's not like that. Naruto said hotly, looking his age again. There are less than 3 of them who made it to old age. It's not something you just add up. That was a figure of speech. Should I get your pills, Ajisen? Sakura sneered. I was always them. I'm not going to change suddenly. It just so happens that I remember their lives, now. Why don't you go date people closer to your age range? Ino asked. Like that elder from Suna? What's her name? Cho something. Oh. Maybe she's a bit too young for you, now. Don't give him ideas. Karen deadpanned. You girls can fuck right off. I just had some extra lifetimes. Naruto growled. If I say I'm 20, I'm 20. Is it your back I hear creaking? Hanabi put a hand to her ear. It's probably my teeth, from talking to you. He gritted out. Anyway, here's what I got from my Madara's memories. Naruto said. He unfurled a long scroll and hung it to the wall, to act as a blackboard. First of all, I'm not sure where the hell the names come from, in the first place. Madara didn't name the abilities, I think. So let's just agree that it's probably some divine thing, too. The 4 women were waiting for him to get to the point. Naruto put his index on the scroll, and writing started to spread across its length. First, the Rinnegan gives the user the ability to see chakra pathways, and all that. Oh, near-perfect chakra control, too, though I'm not so convinced, right now. I can apparently summon some chakra receivers, and use any elemental nature, in theory. Didn't manage to do so yet, at least. Why would I give you the ability to use other natures, or chakra control? Sakura muttered. It's a dojutsu. I don't expect you to understand. Hanabi huffed. I have a Sharingan. Yes. Naruto shrugged. I don't know the specifics, honestly. He continued. He pressed his thumb against the scroll and the writing continued to spread. Then we have 6 paths. First comes the Azura path. This allows me to create missiles, cannons, blades, extra arms. Don't interrupt me, Hanabi, let me finish. Naraka path, I can summon the King of Hell, thing that can interrogate people and heal people completely. Though I'm not sure it's all that great for interrogation. If I ask someone a question while they're grabbing this King of Hell's tongue, if they lie, their tongue is ripped out and they die. If they tell the truth, they are spared. Sakura frowned. Hush. Human path, this one allows me to take out the soul of an opponent by touching them. Of course. If someone's soul is ripped out, they die. Except if it's Sakura, then she lives for about 80 years still. He paused over their laughter and Sakura's jeering. I can also read people's minds through this. It kinda sounds like the same thing, and it uses the same creature. People die, though. I wonder if it works with clones. Naruto cleared his throat. There's the animal path. With this, I can summon a number of different animals that can be killed and resummoned. It works to summon people too, apparently. The women were beginning to scratch their heads. Okay, there's the Deva path. It controls gravity. So I could actually fly, in theory. Pushing things, pulling things. Telekinesis, too, I guess. It's supposedly good for defense. Naruto continued, a bit bemused himself. He hoped it wasn't all just some madness-induced fever dream Madara had. Naruto could see the same skepticism on his friends' faces. Then there's the Prita path. It's good for absorbing ninjutsu and chakra. Helpful for people like Sakura, who have no chakra reserves. He cackled and dodged the sandal she threw at him. I mentioned something about chakra receivers. That's the outer path. This path allows its user, me, to produce chakra receivers which bind movement and allow me to control the target. Yeah, that sounded very familiar. He wondered if something could have been done for these people, back then. Probably too far gone, but that was a probably. Merging with pretty, cold-hearted bastards had left him somewhere where he could push that sort of thought aside. He could find atonement later, if he survived. It also gives a Rinnegan user control over life and death. Ino interrupted. Yeah, I know what you said. She raised her hands. But did I hear this right? Yeah. You can revive the dead for real. He said, with a bitter taste in his mouth. It just costs you your life. You can apparently summon a statue. The one the Baijuyu are sealed into. I couldn't manage, though. Naruto paused. Nagato's interference, likely. Well. I think that's about it. And no. I can't make any sense as to how this works, either. You know. If this was a prank, it's really too long-winded. Sakura yawned. It's really not. He assured her. Now. Please help me practice, not you, Sakura. Anko, I know you're going to be busy. I can't use any of these yet. 6 days before the end. It was the day of the 5-Cage Summit. Naruto had only managed to learn how to use the Deva path, after going through Madara's memories. He could use it somewhat well, by now, but still. He didn't get much sleep. Considering the last few weeks though, it wasn't that bad. I guess this will have to do. Naruto muttered. They had a meeting to crash. Chapter 130, Above the Shadows. 6 days before the end. 5-Cage Summit. Land of Iron. Well. Do you mind terribly if I sit down? Naruto smiled politely. Sorry for crashing the meeting, Mifune-san. Nobody answered, which he took as assent. Naruto sat down on Mifune's desk, facing the cage. The women around him made sure there was no angle he could be attacked from. As I said, I am Uzumaki Naruto and I will speak for the group. With me are Hyuga Hanabi, Harino Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Mitarashi Anko, and Uzumaki Karen. Silence stretched. Now if you would be kind enough to introduce yourselves as well. Not you, Mei, Yujito. None of the remaining cage seemed to have any intention of doing so. I'll do the introductions, then. Mei spoke. Yujito definitely wasn't about to. If looks could kill. Mei stood up. The third Tsuchikage, Onaki of both scales. Naruto nodded politely at the diminutive old man who gave him a furious glare in answer. As he had imagined. I did not kill your granddaughter, nor did I give the order. Naruto cut right to the chase. Your word is worth nothing. Onaki spat. One of your men did it. It was not a man. One of my ninja did, yes. Naruto admitted. Now. Let's not pretend that the dozen assassins you sent after me, after us, dressed as Konoha shinobi, were any better. Lies. Onaki slammed his palm on the table. For real. Naruto chuckled. Did you forget we can read corpses' minds? Ishida Kameko. Sakai Yuka. Anze Hitachi. Do I need to go on? Onaki stifled a frustrated noise. Narashikaku gave Onaki a long look, as if the old man was responsible for the whole mess. It wasn't like Konoha hadn't done the exact same thing, trying to pin the blame on Suna. But Naruto kept that for a time it would be needed. I'm more than willing to move past it, Tsuchikage. Move past it. The man stood up, slamming both hands on the table. You're talking about my granddaughter. Who could well have become my successor? Yes. Naruto said softly. I am sorry for your loss. But you're not the only one who has lost people to other countries' ninja, whose very leaders stand in this room. I refuse. And I refuse to listen, he roared. Oh. Naruto lifted an eyebrow, no hint of amusement on his face. Were you under the illusion this was a negotiation? The air rippled with power again, and the smell of ozone became stronger. Either you join up, or you get replaced by someone more amenable to peace. Naruto said. Is this a threat? Onaki spat. I'm asking you to, Mifune began, but he was ignored entirely. Of course not. It is the way things are going to be. Naruto smiled. The pressure in the air became unbearable, and most of it was focused on the Tsuchikage, who paled noticeably. Naruto smiled blandly. Don't worry too much. Naruto said easily. Even if it comes to that, we won't change your traditions. IWA will remain IWA. A better IWA, though. You dare. Naruto looked at him. Naruto knew just how much the man was scared of Uchiha Madara. It wasn't too hard to channel that man, and remind him that there were people who stood above him. Onaki shut up. Naruto probably would have the Tsuchikage killed later, still. The man was likely good for IWA itself, but that was the only thing he cared about, this much was obvious. Bad for the world, then, if left unchecked. The seventh Hokage, Nara, May continued. Hokage elect. The man corrected. Naruto knew him, of course. He was sending him an unreadable look. The Hokage elect, Narashikaku. May introduced. Hello Shikaku. I think we might have met, back when I lived among the Sarutobi. We did. The man said curtly. Pleasure's mine. Naruto finished. May barely hid a chuckle. The fifth Kazekage, Isachigasa. The woman tried her best to look intimidating, but Naruto could almost see her fear. These eyes really made things much easier. No wonder Nagato got carried away. Greetings. He offered. Well, let's talk, then. I think this will be a simple matter. Uzumaki Naruto continued. You want to kill Nagato, and I want the same thing. If you are as strong as you portray yourself to be, why don't you just take care of things yourself? Chigasa spat. Naruto stared at her. Ah. But there's one problem. Naruto smiled. Nagato is stronger than me. He admitted easily. Then why should we even bother listening to your damnable words? Onaki finally exploded. For the exact same reason. Because I'm stronger than you. A vein looked fit to burst on the old man's forehead. And mostly because I want peace. The egalitarian sort, not the Nagato sort. Silence stretched through the room. And I don't mean changing things up just for shinobi. Why? In the age of chakra and seals. Do people who can't use chakra have to work until they can't anymore, just so they don't starve and freeze to death in winter? At this point, any scarcity left is intentionally created. He raised one hand casually. The great villages and the strong nations, as they are now, only live off the back of the weaker ones. Smaller villages starve, that is, if they're not destroyed altogether for the Great Five's sake. This growth-focused system, that requires constant expansion, and constant fighting, is not sustainable. Naruto continued. The nations spend trillions of ryo on war. Each year. It's time to move on. The money and energy now devoted to war will be turned to more worthy causes. Technological advances. Ending hunger, poverty, and disease. We have the means to bring forward a golden age of peace. The sort of peace our ancestors didn't even dare to conceive. Peace. Onaki muttered. Peace. Under you? This would be a peace based on fear. Unlike what he have now, of course. Naruto tilted his head. I do not deny that power will be needed at first. To maintain order. But it won't be anything quite as bad as the current state of the world. More silence. Besides, I am no Nagato. This makes no difference. Fear as Shikaku began. I would prefer you call it respect. Naruto humored. But sure, you can call it fear. That's the only thing you seem to understand, anyway. You aim to make slaves of the villages. Chigusa said quietly. No. Every village would be equal to the others. Bullshit. You're just being rude, now. Troops would be regulated for every village. Missions would be spread evenly through the land. The borders will be divided again, as well. If not done with altogether. Wind and Suna by proxy won't have to suffer for its location, if that's what you're worried about, Chigusa. He paused. Many of the conflicts are geopolitical or socio-economic in nature. If for example, as happened before, Wind gives more missions to Konoha than Suna, the village will struggle. With less resource disparity, we won't have that problem. We will move toward an age of knowledge and equality. Equality, huh? But you would stand above the rest, wouldn't you? Chigusa asked evenly now. No. Naruto smiled dryly. But some people might need a bogeyman around while the world adapts, won't they? I can provide that. You want a world where no one can challenge you. Shikaku shook his head. Naruto waved his hand, dismissing the thought. We're almost there yet, aren't we? He said, maybe a bit too mockingly. Ino told him to shut up through thought. Naruto could hear her strain with the other jutsu she was weaving. The others were here in case things turned particularly ugly. Not Ino. I get you don't need subtlety, but there's no need to be quite so blunt about it. Sure, sure. My goal is not to rule the world from the shadows. Naruto sighed. What is it, then? To do it, overtly, perhaps. Yujito asked sardonically, speaking for the first time in a while. Her eyes were fixed on his. He chuckled. Not exactly, no. Well, you know already. I want peace, and for us to be left to our own devices. Your actions do not match your words. Oniki raged. Omelette, eggs. Besides, you can't expect a guy to always be consistent. Naruto smiled blandly. I'm trying to make amends, too. A long silence. Amends? Recently, you attacked Uchiha Sasuke. You crippled Uchiha Shisui. Nara Shikaku gritted out. You killed dozens of our men. And I regret doing it, but they attacked me first, if we're being technical about it. Naruto said. His tone left no room for interpretation. You gave them no choice but to. I did. Now. I can't do anything about your men, but about Shisui. If that's the only thing you're worried about. Naruto paused. I will heal him. Once he figured out how. You can't heal this sort of injury. The man seemed truly angry. He could keep his calm pretty well, though. I can. In the future. Why should I trust anything you say? You killed the previous Hokage. It was Danzo. Naruto said by way of explanation. Someone chuckled. He is the type of man that I will continue to kill if needed. You can tell your elders. Shikaku's fist tightened around the table. They're dead. He spat. Are they? They disappeared mysteriously a few days ago. The look Shikaku gave him told him exactly who he believed to be responsible. Oh. Naruto frowned. He honestly couldn't remember much of the last day before facing Indra. Did he? Well, they were the kind of people he needed gone, so he probably had done it. Well then. No matter. We're all ninja anyway. They were ready to die, I assume. Shikaku scoffed. Naruto lifted an eyebrow. The truth is, if you had the power to murder the 4 other Kage in this room, and me, especially most of you would do so without blinking. No one bothered to answer. We have this power. Naruto said with a flat smile. And yet I chose to believe there is more value in all of you being alive. The pressure in the air intensified. Do no mistake this for naivete. Pinched lips and the smell of fear in the air. Naruto breathed out, and the pressure receded. Now, Naruto continued, in lighter tones. We are an alliance of 4 villages. 2 of them, great villages. Wisely, they didn't make any remark about Kumo's current state. All the same, none of the other cage seemed to like where he was going. We just need one more to tip the scales entirely. Who wants to join up? He smiled. The silence was uncomfortable. Is it your intention to put the world under your banner? Narashikaku asked. Naruto sighed. It really sounded easier, and so tempting to just force their hands, honestly. How many S-rank ninja would be left in the world if he did so? Not many, he would venture. They had killed most of them, it seemed. I thought I made this clear already. Our intention is to put the world under one banner. Not necessarily mine. One last thing about that, before we go on. Naruto continued. For as long as most shinobi missions continue to be combat-focused, we're going to have trouble. We will phase that out slowly. Earth jutsu can be used to build housing, infrastructure. Water can be used together with it for farming, water redirection. He looked at one cage in particular. Fire, wind, and lightning can be used for energy production, crafting, transportation. Sealing has so many possible uses for everything that I won't even get into it now. Medical jutsu should have been widespread for decades. That's the kind of thing that is easily done in an unified world. There was one of the remaining 3 cage who seemed to have more interest in the proposition than the others. As they had expected. Still, the blame games began again. Naruto didn't bother to listen. Are you managing, Ino? Sakura asked. Fine, just peachy. She retorted. That's enough. Mifune, who Naruto realized was still in the room, cut in. The meeting will resume once all of you quiet down. They didn't really listen. Naruto shrugged, and waited. There are 3 Jinhiriki left. Yujito said, over the noise. And I am one of them. So what? Onaki spat. Your lack of action, all of you, has made Akatsuki's job easy. She said. I know what you're about to say. That includes my predecessor once he was put under Akatsuki's thrall. An excuse you don't have. That shut them up. And what did you expect us to do? Onaki asked. The Dode/Uzumaki affair still rankled him. That Naruto had cleaned up his mess by getting rid of both twins even more so. The same as what we did. Yujito slammed her fist on the table, flames erupting. No Kumo ninja ever joined Akatsuki. Unlike any other great village. Kirigakure was colluding with it. Chigusa spat. Yagura was controlled by Akatsuki. Masaaki was a puppet, that much is true. We fixed the issue. Mei intervened. The accusations started flying. IWA employed Akatsuki's service. So did Suna. Konoha stood by and did nothing. I fucking hate them. Naruto sighed. Wanna hear a joke about politicians? Sakura laughed. Perhaps later. Quiet down, please. Mifune intervened. As far as I'm concerned, UMI's the only village which did something about the problem. Naruto shrugged. He ignored Sakura's silent chuckling. Oh, but of course. The Tsuchikage grumbled. Konoha had Akatsuki moles hidden in their ranks. So did Kumo. Kiri. Suna. And so did your village, Tsuchikage. Naruto pointed out. The only one that didn't, is UMI. There is no way to prove something like this. Naruto almost rolled his eyes. Yes, there is. They wouldn't pass our barriers. Honestly, you could be under Uchiha Obito's grasp. They didn't seem to be, though, according to his eyes. At least, not anymore, if they had been. The name didn't seem to ring any bells for some of the people here. Shikaku began to explain. And Sasori of the Red Sand, too. Naruto finished. You saw him around Konoha recently, I'm pretty sure. Chigusa's ears perked up. Her face turned hard. So he is still alive. Definitely. And stirring trouble. She growled. Sasori is our problem. You've been doing a pretty lousy job at managing it, then. Naruto laughed. She growled. Join our alliance, and we'll capture him for you. He shrugged. Besides, we know Suna and Wind lacks arable land. We'll fix that. That seemed to make her pause. The Tsuchikage growled. I don't expect an answer today. Naruto simply said. Now. As for what Nagato is planning. That's a bit unclear. He wants the beasts, and I assume he still wants to use them as dissuasion tools, but I can't guarantee it. He might be going for Madara's Moon's Eye plan, but it didn't really feel like it. All I can say is that he won't manage to gather all of the beasts, so that's a moot point. The Seven Tails is hidden away. And he'd double down on that, until nobody, not even the people from UMI could find Fu. Mifune intervened. What this summit is meant to accomplish is to plan the destruction of the terrorist threat Uzumaki Nagato and his Akatsuki poses. He shot Naruto a warning look. That we allow you to stay here at all is contingent on that. Naruto almost smiled. They hadn't allowed anything. And they couldn't manage without him, which they might or might not want to acknowledge. That's why we came here, yes. Mifune continued. It is a threat that has already proved to be too much for a single village to handle, several times over. We, the Land of Iron, shall remain neutral in whatever you decide. But 3 countries working together might not be enough either. The UMI Kirikumo alliance might not suffice, either. Naruto acknowledged the point with a nod. Iwa and Suna did not manage. Mifune continued. And Konoha stands alone, now. Only the 5 nations and UMI working together have a chance. We won't ally with Konoha, nor UMI. The Tsuchikage spat. Neither will Konoha. Shikaku shook his head. He was probably trying to get more out of the deal. Or he really believed in Konoha standing alone, who knew? What does Suna have to say about this? Naruto asked, amused. Chigusa glared at him. But she said nothing. It is a global threat, after all. Naruto smiled. Why don't we just see how this alliance goes? It will be needed. Mifune nodded shortly. Naruto could tell the man really didn't like the fact that they had intruded upon the meeting. Mifune also knew all of them would be needed. Kumo stands for it. Yujito declared. She didn't seem to like the idea, either. But she could be reasoned with. So does Kiri. May continued. UMI's in, of course. Naruto nodded. The silence was thick. The Land of Iron shall provide men, as well. Mifune nodded. The Tsuchikage's teeth were clenched hard and his face was turning purple. Naruto barely hid a smile. Suna agrees to join the alliance. At least temporarily. Chigusa finally said, with dark eyes. She would not give her opinion too early. Oniki growled. Narashikaku sighed. For the time being, so shall Konoha, too. Naruto did his best not to look at the Tsuchikage. Well? Mifune asked. Iwa refuses. He gritted out. Suit yourself. Naruto shrugged. Truth be told, he didn't have much use for Oniki. His ninjutsu was incredible, true, but if half the things he had heard about Nagato were true, it wouldn't matter. Not that he had planned to take the man with him in the first place. Watching your back against somebody like Nagato was bad news. Today will be remembered as the day Oniki finally chose a side. Naruto finished. The wrong one. Oniki's chakra started to escape his control. It is only a temporary measure, Tsuchikage-sama. Mifune urged. The world is at stake. Another long silence, only broken by the sound of Oniki's teeth gritting. Iwa accepts the temporary alliance. He finally managed. Naruto smiled a victorious smile. Now then. Who shall lead the forces? Mifune asked. Nobody jumped at the opportunity. Narashikaku would have made a good choice. Naruto wasn't about to vote for him though, and the man had no real allies in the room, as of now. Besides, he was only operating in a temporary position, and everyone knew it. Mei started speaking, and he knew in which direction the wind was about to blow. From her disgruntled face, so did Yujito. There's only one village that has taken measures to fight Akatsuki and that can ensure that its leader is under no one's influence. No. The Tsuchikage slammed his fist on the table. It takes a man who possesses the same eyes as the one we're fighting. Mei finished. And he is the one who will lead the fight against Nagato himself. Uzumaki Naruto can be everywhere at the same time. Naruto hid a smile. He is way too young. Shikaka retorted. He doesn't have the experience needed to lead. This would have been true, normally. Not now, though. Not anymore. He had more experience leading than anybody here. Then you can help me, all of you. Naruto looked him in the eye. We have the same goal, for the time being. I don't intend on telling you how to handle smaller conflicts in the coming fights. Handle the land's defense. I will tell you how I intend to do this, exactly. Narashikaku paused to consider it. Onaki's rage was rising. You and the Raikage are nothing but underlings. The Tsuchikage spat, glaring at Mei. Before Mei or worse, Yujito said something that would just make the man more angry. Naruto intervened. Afraid beat angry. Onaki. Naruto began, in Madara's slow, drawling tones. Perhaps you remember a certain day, 69 years ago? There's no Mew, no Hashirama to play nice, this time. Uchiha Madara really was an arrogant, dramatic man, but it was working. Onaki froze. This time, there is an alliance worth upholding. Accept it or make room for someone else. You how? Onaki asked, and there was the unmistakable touch of fear into his eyes. Naruto simply widened his eyes, pulling chakra there in answer. Let the man make of that what he wanted. It would take a monster. Onaki muttered, before slinking back into his seat, pale. The others watched the interaction with various degrees of incomprehension. Yujito began. It seemed to cost her a lot. I agree with the Mizukage. Uzumaki Naruto will be our best option here. My personal opinion of him doesn't really matter. How sweet of you. Naruto said to her, dismissing the insult. Don't you dare. There was a long pause. I believe Uzumaki is a decent choice, overall if what the Mizukage says is true. A direct, global line of communication might prove to be vital. The Kazekage said between her teeth. And he might well be the only man alive who could match another Rinnegan wielder. Suna wouldn't have to waste any more troops in an useless assault against Nagato, this way. And she had a reason to want to be on his good side. Mifune nodded. Then, regardless of the obvious breach of protocol, he glared at Naruto who just stared back. Mifune looked away. Restricting this meeting to just the 5 great villages is a mistake I intend to fix. Not just for UMI's sake. Mifune did his best to ignore him. A majority vote has been reached. Uzumaki Naruto is to become the leader of the armed shinobi forces. Naruto stood up and bowed lightly to them. I thank you for your trust. Someone scoffed. Most of them seemed pretty unhappy with the state of things. Naruto considered winking at Onaki, but it seemed that the man was already at his limit. Killing the Tsuchikage on his first day on the job would be a bad look. There would be further meetings, of course, but a pause was declared. The cage split for the time being. When nobody was looking, Naruto left a clone behind and he and the rest of the UMI ninja disappeared. The fact that he saw through his clone's eyes was a bit disorienting, but pretty handy, right now. UMI. Hey-ah. Naruto let out the most relieved sigh of his life. That had been pretty unpleasant. He was terrible at politics, no matter in which life. And the way he had overexerted himself. Constantly applying pressure on the other cage to project the appearance of overwhelming strength had been exhausting. Naruto felt a migraine building. He definitely wasn't very practiced at using the Rinnegan. He was pretty sure Nagato didn't have to try this hard. That went well. Anko smiled. Good performance out there. Worthy of Sensei himself. Nah, no way. Naruto snorted. He would have found a way to convince them that they actually wanted him to take the lead. I could only force their hand. Which meant that he would likely have to do a lot of things in the shadows, if, once they managed to beat Nagato. Nobody liked being forced into subservience. And that was how they saw the whole thing. But there was a silver lining to this. The Kaze Cage, Chigasa's interest in the alliance. It was no wonder, either. Considering this was likely how IWA had gotten them to ally with them. The Land of Wind didn't have much in the way of arable land. Combine this with Konoha poaching missions away from them, and it was no wonder the smallest, weakest of the five was ready to risk war with one of the strongest. If they could have the promise of equal repartition of land and missions. Well, there was not that much reason for them to stay allied with IWA, was there? Ino was a bit rattled. It was no wonder, as seeing Shikaka had likely been a very unwanted blast from the past. And she was exhausted, too. Because she had been dampening and enhancing most of the people in the room's emotions, in order to make them more agreeable. She hadn't done so with Shikaka or Choza. Not out of sentimentality, but because they might have caught on. She released a tired sigh. Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her to him. She looked surprised, but sent him a fond look. Had he been that bad these last few weeks? Yes. Yes, he had been. And worse, even. He would have to make it up to her. To Karen. Well, to all of them. Naruto pulled Karen to him with his other arm. She let out a surprised, delighted noise and came closer, wrapping herself around him. Thank you, everyone. Naruto smiled tiredly. That's a first step. Check the description for the links to the author.